Yo, everybody, welcome on in. Hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-size moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, sometimes some live titty rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we're finally going to get to two out of the three viewer redeems that we have left. Two of them are full arts, one of them is a line art, but for right now, we're only going to focus on one of them at the moment, which is for a Cam the Corgi. They basically just said, draw whatever I like. That includes their character as well as my own. And I got an idea of what I need to draw for that one. So we're going to work that one out. We're going to start up with the sketches. With that being said, welcome on in. Hope you're all having a good day. Good to see you there, Toasty. Good to see you there, Alice. And Mary Lamb, hope you're all enjoying your Friday. And Potatoes. I almost missed that one somehow. But yeah, I hope you're all having a good day. I am early. Fear the spirit. Fear this. But yeah, let's give some shout outs. One, go check out That's a Toasty. They play a good variety of games. And I didn't know that they were playing Pokemon recently, but I do remember seeing them streaming today and thinking, I gotta go check that out right quick. Unfortunately, my brain was also fried, so I was like, you know what, I don't think I could watch anybody today. But I have been noticing. Two, let's give a shout out to Alice. If you're a fan of the Slime Ranchers and other games, go check out the Alice. Let's give a shout out to the Potatoes. Go check out Potato. If you're a fan of the Fortnites, go check out Potato. Very chill time over there. And Mary Lamb. If you haven't checked out Mary Lamb, you're doing yourself a disservice. They play they do the artin'. They play a good variety of games. Absolutely chaotic over there. And yeah, how is everybody's Friday? Well, I guess Friday night just started, so. But yeah, I hope you have good plans for the weekend, whatever they may be. For me personally, I'm actually trying to figure out what should I do for the weekend. I think I'm just going to take the weekend to nap and work on somebody's project, because there is a live 2D model that I need to work on for somebody. As I mentioned before, it's for an art trade. And so that is my main goal, is to work on that work on that project for said art trade. And Lenina Fressa, how ya be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Accidentally napped for 4 hours, totally missed stream today. I see. I know that feel all too well, and I'm sorry to hear that there. Alice. That's a struggle and a half right there, not gonna lie. I'm wishing you the best of luck on fixing your sleep schedule, if you have a sleep schedule. Because, yeah, I know that feel all too well. I've had multiple occasions where I oversleep, I wake up, and my schedule becomes such a mess that I have to stream in the mornings. Doesn't always work out, but I try. And then you just gotta, you know, either force yourself to stay up for as long as you possibly can, or you work with the schedule that you have until everything reverses again. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Hi, Lampy. Hope you're enjoying the weekend, if it is your weekend. I'll be honest, I don't have a weekend. Every day I'm working on something. I'm working on a personal project, or I'm working on a commission, or a mix of both. You never know. And Skittle Squad, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. What's up, Lampy? Did that too today, actually. Overslept? I'm sorry to hear that there's Skittle Squad. Lampy, guess who changed their name for the final time? Pretty sure my name was Pasta or Lulu when I met you. Pasta or Lulu? Alright, let me see. Possibly? What other names did you have there? And good to see you there, Solochi. Or Solchi? Is it Solchi? You let me know. I love a big nap. Indeed. Having a big nap is good. Except when you wake up and realize, oh, I was supposed to do things today. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh no. Me personally, I've been trying to, I've mentioned this before, I'm trying to stick to a schedule because I know sometimes it becomes very difficult to keep up with the schedule sometimes. Or it's, how do I put it? It's tough to keep up with schedules, but I feel like it's easier for, you know, those that watch you to know when you're going to be on, like when to prepare. Like, oh yeah, I'm probably going to do this and that, but you never know. Pasta de Luna. Oh yeah, okay, I remember you now. Once you mentioned the name Pasta de Luna, once you said the whole thing, I was like, now I remember you now. Yo, long time no see. How have things been? I hope things have been well. I hope things have been good. If I'm correct, did you play a lot of Fortnite? Or was it Minecraft? I know it was one of the two, but I definitely remember, yeah, I definitely remember you now after you mentioned that part. Lampy, what? Oh, what do you usually get from art trades akin to... Oh, art trade. Akin to see if you'd like to do one with me. Ah, okay. Okay. So, to be perfectly fair, I usually don't do a lot of art trades. Under normal circumstances, it's usually more like how do I put it? Under most circumstances, the art trades are usually like if they have a trait or a skill that I don't have, and vice versa, we just we trade skills in a way, if you will. For example, I know one person who does 3D art, and I know one person that does video editing, and with those two, well, to be fair, also, I'm usually the one that doesn't start the art trade. It's like I usually just stream and talk about the things that I need to figure out and how I'm gonna try to pull that one off, and then someone who has that skill just pops up like, so you need that project done for you, huh? I too need a project done. How do you feel about working on something? And vice versa, like, interesting, what do you have in mind? Like, for example, like I said, there's one person I know named Kiminen. They're also known as Kim for short. They do a lot of 3D art, and one idea was I work on some monster concepts for them, and they rig a 3D model for me. And another example is for a Melisandre, where they have, you know, they came to me and saying, yeah, they came to me saying, I need a live 2D, I need a chibi model rigged, and I know you need videos edited. Let's say I edit a couple of videos for you, and you rig this chibi model for me. And I'm like, this is a godsend right here. This way, I don't have to focus too much on the, I don't have to worry too much about the video editing. I just leave that to someone else. All right. Okay, funny enough, I think I saw the first name. I don't think I ever saw the second one, the Leban Lulu? I don't think I actually saw the... Maybe I saw it and wondered? Okay, this is also why I mentioned before that whenever anyone decides to change their name, let the world know. Let the world know ahead of time, so when it happens, folks are ready for it, or else you get lost in the distance, because I had no clue you changed your name. I just thought, like, I haven't seen them on it forever. Whatever happened to them? Now I know. Now I know better. All right, let me see. Also, do not worry, folks. We will get to the art soon. I just want to catch up with the readings and such. But I'm glad to hear that you're still going, that you're still, yeah, I'm still glad to see that you're still going and still streaming and stuff there, Solchi. All right, let me see. Mood Lampy. I was gonna do art today, but passed out all day. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I play a lot of Overwatch. Oh, why do I not remember the Overwatch? That's crazy. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. I recently did an art trade, and so happy. Ooh, what kind of art trading? Makes sense. Oops, double up. That's all right. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm always, or yeah, okay. How do I put it? I might be down for an art trade sometime in the future. The only problem is, I barely have enough time for myself. Which is funny, or yeah, well, now that we're on that topic, I was actually going to bring that up right quick, because there are, like I've mentioned before, I have a lot of, I've said this multiple times already, but I have a lot of plans, but recently my brain got so fried and overwhelmed that I decided to cut back on a few of them. Like, not throw them out, but postpone a few of them. Like, for example, I was trying to do like one of those subathon, donathon thingies, and I realized I don't have the energy. I don't have the mental energy to keep up with all of that. And not only that, but I still already have like other obligations from previous stream goals that I need to finish. Speaking of, that's what we're going to work on today. That is why you see the title screen say Moth Draws a Corgi, or at least I hope that title screen is still there. But yeah, there was that. And like I said, I decided this is what my main goal is for right now. There's two main goals at the moment. Goal number one, finish off the last parts for the model event. The one for the new model that's going to pop up for the bird over there. Goal number two, get these viewer redeems done after all these months. Finally, I'm going to get this out of the way, because I'll be honest, this is also why I didn't mention that it was going to be a viewer redeem drawing, because I have had multiple occasions where every time it's a viewer redeem drawing and I post that I'm going to do that drawing, the stream doesn't happen. Either A, I have to cancel, or B, I pass out of sheer exhaustion. Or my brain is so fried that I just decide, you know what, maybe not today. I'll come back to it later. So I decided, I'm gonna break the curse. I'm gonna break the cycle. I'm not gonna tell anybody it's that, so I can actually get it done. So yeah, there we go. Here I am sitting here for the past 12 minutes and haven't put a single thing on the tablet or on the canvas yet. So I may or may not have continued the cycle. Okay, cycle broken. All right, so now we're good. I recently didn't... Oh yeah, so I saw that part. Skittle and I are doing an art trade too. Ooh, nice. Let's give a shout out to Skittle Squad before I forget. Oh yeah, actually, let's give a couple of more shout outs. We gotta give a shout out to Skittle Squad. Go check them out for the art. And let's give a shout out to Solchi before I forget. I got caught up with everything. But yeah, go check out Solchi. I remember them from quite a while ago. Go check them out when you get the chance. I think I lurked in a lot of those streams for the most part. For some reason, okay, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? I think because I lurked in their streams for, yeah, a good number of times while playing Genshin back in the day, for some reason, whenever I see them, I'm thinking, did they play Genshin? I'm like, no way, it was me who was playing Genshin. What are they playing? I apologize on that one. Go check out, also, welcome on in there, Zerates. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. And let's give a shout out to Zerates. Whew. We're giving shout outs to everybody today. Anyway, it's finally time. Let's get this show on the road. So as I was mentioning, we got to draw an image for a Cam the Corgi. So let's get started with that part. Let's see. So they do baking, and in their lore, they have a cafe type of thing. So we're going to try to figure out how we could go about that one. And I got one idea for that. But we also got to add Lampy to the mix of this. So I think I know how we can handle this. So first, let's start with the sketch. I'm trying to think this through. Which side is their right side? Their right side would be our left, so that would be this side? Yeah, this would be their right side. So that would make a lot of sense. So this would be their left. Always remember, folks. Whichever side is your side, that's the opposite side to them. So if you're ever trying to figure out, and this also applies to live 2D as well sometimes, or a lot of the times when it comes to the facial features, if you are trying to figure out what's their left side, what's their left eye, something about their left, just think to yourself, where's my right side? That's my right side over there? Okay, so that's their left. Sometimes it can be very, very confusing, but just remember, like, where's their right arm? Where's my left arm? There's my left arm, so that would be their right arm. So let's put their right arm right over here. Like so. And then we just add the whisk. Oh, right. I should probably explain the concept that I'm aiming for here. So, I don't exactly have a solid game plan for what I'm going to draw, but what I'm going to mostly aim for is them just going absolutely ham on a whisk. Or, you know, just mixing up whatever is in their bowl. That's the game plan for right now. We'll probably add more to it along the way. Oh yeah, what was I talking about? I forgot. Oh right, the game plans for the future. Well yeah, there was that. I was also working on future projects, or yeah. Actually, let me see. Right, that was the other thing. I found one way to not get overwhelmed by all the ideas that I was trying to go along with, because yeah, there was a lot of ideas that I had. So I actually made like 2 different pages explaining like projects that I want to work on, as well as projects that or how do I put it? Background projects as well as foreground projects. And for the foreground projects, it was mostly get these projects done and prepare for, well, not only that, but there's also to prepare for the 3K celebration, since that one's right around the corner. Which, not gonna lie, because of that 3K celebration, I think I'm going to hold back on any of those other, you know, special event sort of streams where I gotta set up stuff. Or how do I put it? I'm gonna hold back on a lot of those streams where, you know, goals and incentives are supposed to be put, because, yeah, 3K is right around the corner. And I suck at making goal ideas. And since a lot of folks gave me a lot of goal ideas for the future, I'm gonna hold off on those. I'm gonna hold on to those for when the time finally rolls around. When that time finally rolls around, then boom, I'll have it ready for the 3K stream. And unlike every other stream where unlike every other event, like my birthday or stream anniversary or stuff like that, I'm actually going to prepare for this one. Because those other events, those are for me. So I'm going to do what I always do and take a nap. However, the 3K celebration is an entirely different story. That one is for everyone else because, well, how else do I put it? That, you know, the 3K celebration ain't an accomplishment to me. That's an accomplishment. How do I put it? It's not my accomplishment. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not my, like, getting to a 3K, that's not my accomplishment. That's all of you's accomplishment. And so that's why I celebrate those milestones more than anything else, because, yeah, y'all deserve it. And I know exactly how to celebrate those days. But because of that, and because of so many other things I need to do, I'm leaving that alone for a minute. Not only that, but I think I just need a couple days to chill. I need a couple days to relax, sit back, focus on work, and you know, just yeah, that's basically it. Just I need days to sit back and relax for a minute. All right, let's see. Currently working on an African brush or African bush viper piece for a fun cause, or for fun because I'm bored. Ooh, snakes. I like snakes. That actually sounds like a pretty cool project right there. What on earth is an African bush viper though? Let me go see. Oh, that is a very red snake. Oh, it's a very spiny snake. Or a very spiky one. I like the details on that snake. Like, I like the fact that they're all how do I put it? Oh, they're not always red. Sometimes they're green. Either way, they look like tiny little dragons. Hold on a minute. Let me just drop one of these images right here. Because I saw that image of one of them, and I'm like, is that real? I hope that's real, because that looks pretty cool. Thank you for the crab rave. Let's see who gave out that crab rave. Thank you for the crab rave there, Sherbert. And yeah, let's give you a shout out as well. Folks, go check out Sherbert. Very chill streams over there. Very wholesome streams. They like to play a good number of games, and they also do some amazing art. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. And if you look at their model, it may or may not have been rigged by a certain bug. Go check them out when you get the chance. Regardless, go check them out. They do amazing art. And I hope things are well. Oh, let's see. They come in multiple colors, yeah. Oh, fair. You know what? That's honestly fair. That's honestly reasonable. I like the design. I like the... Well, why am I saying the design? I like how the snake looks. I like how they come in multiple colors. That's pretty awesome. And like I said, they remind me of like little dragons of some sort. That looks pretty cool. What a Mothman. Yo, Iron Lung. Folks, go check out Iron Lung. If you haven't checked out Iron Lung, you're doing yourself a disservice. They play a good variety of games. The number of games I have seen
Peach
them...
Salt 100 Lamb Be Cult.
Thank you for the salt. Save your money, though. Sure. Yeah, thank you for the salt. Save your money, sure. Well, I gotta add that to the next, or I gotta add that later on today. That's another, or yeah, we gotta add another $1, which I am now glad that I found that out early. Whoa, oh, right. That also reminds me, folks, I have not forgotten about the previous goals from last month. I have a screenshot of that, and I know we gotta take care of 3 goals this coming, yeah. We gotta take care of at least 3 goals this month. That's also why I decided to slow down on a couple of things so I could catch up with everything. Like I said, we got 3 goals there, we got 3 redeems here, we got a lot to do. So, and instead of just having it pile up on me, I'm just gonna stop, you know? We're just gonna stop with a lot of things until we could catch up. As I've said this before, and I'll say it again there, folks. Whether you're working on art, whether you're working on God knows how many things you're working on, if you get overwhelmed, don't take on more. Stop and work on what you currently have. Once you get to that point, or once you finish off all of that you have, then you can add more to it. Like for right now, that's why, or yeah, like for me currently right now, I only have 2 more slots for commissions. 2 more slots for commissions, and every other project, no more goals except for like 2, and those are easy goals to work on. Kind of. But yeah, with those ones, boom, it's just right there. And then never have to deal with that again. For all 3 goals Lampy made? No. Also, I forgot. Go check out the Iron Lung. They play a good variety of games. They are an absolute menace when it comes to streams. What do I mean by that? Like, I have never seen a person so dedicated to a stream before. Like, they play multiple hours. I've seen them play for like half a day. Or a stream for half a day. And I'm looking at it thinking, wow, that is a lot of time. How do you do it? And they just bring up like, oh, are you kidding me? Like, if I had more time, I would probably do so. But I got to go to work soon. Like, huh? What do you mean you gotta go to work soon? You've been streaming for over 10 hours. How are you going to work how are you going to work right after 10 hours of stream? Jesus. Also, thank you for redeeming gun. Hold on a minute. Let's put this here. There we go. And welcome on in, Blobby. How you be? And good to see you there, IV. That wasn't supposed to rhyme, but we'll roll with it. Go check out Blobby. Really awesome people. Oh, let me try to catch up with some things. Oh, speaking of rigging, what's up there, Alice? Lampy, I rigged a PNG in a day. Ooh, wait, what do you mean you rigged a PNG? How'd you pull that? Or yeah, what sort of is it like one of those? I'm trying to figure out, because one, that's pretty awesome. Don't let anyone take that away from you. That is amazing. That is awesome. And two, rigging a PNG. So is it like one single? This is what I wanted to ask. Is it like one single image that you rigged with multiple parts, or did you break the PNG apart and turned it into a live 2D model? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Either way, regardless, that is still awesome. That is still great. That is still amazing, and that's something worth that's something of worth notoriety right there. This does look like a Corgi. Oh yeah, he's got Corgi ears. Don't worry about it. They'll get there soon enough. Soon enough. Don't listen to him. Never streamed in my life. I think you streamed more. Yeah, I think you've streamed more in the last couple of months than I have in the entire 4 years that I've been doing this. Thank you for the shout out, lovely. Ah, no you. And no problem. All right. Armed and dangerous. Always armed, always dangerous. So the other day, I did 24 hours and then immediately did 8 hours of work. It was a bit much. A bit, you say? A bit much, you say? Iron, how are you alive? How are you alive right now, Iron? Iron? I commend you, but how are you doing this? Where are you getting all the energy from? And can I have some? Shark? Shark. That's it, the shark. Shark. Shark model, which, by the way, folks, if you put exclamation point KOFI, you could get your very own shark model just like this one. You can get this derp for on the coffee page absolutely free. No charge at all. Also, hold on, let me see something right quick. No, it's at level 5. Okay, we're good then. I just wanted to double check on some things. Yeah, get your very own shark today if you like. It squishes, stands up like a seal, it talks, yada yada yada, all that nonsense, all that funny stuff. And you can get many other things on, or yeah, many other things like it. All right, let me try to catch up some things now. We also got to add a random asset. PNG Tuber Plus, full body rig with a few different emotes. Oh, I remember that one. Yo, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool. And the fact that you did it yourself, again, that's pretty awesome. That is amazing. Holy, Gip stamina. See, I'm not the only one thinking that. All right, let me see. We also got to add a random asset of some kind. Let's add... What asset could we possibly add? Now, we'll leave that for Halloween, so instead... Oh, you know what? This is perfect. Fishing rod for the shark. We're trying to fish a shark. Hold on a minute. Yeah. I didn't realize this, but yeah, this is actually perfect for this kind of stream. Which, by the way, you can also get this fishing rod at the coffee page as well for no cost at all. And if it does charge you, you let me know and I'll move it somewhere that doesn't charge. All right, let's try to catch up with the last bits. Or, you know, the last parts. I'll sleep when I'm dead, Lamp. It's mostly add plus caffeine plus godlike powers. Those are some godlike powers. It's for Skittle. Ah, fair. Yo, nice. Oh, is that the art trade? I understand now. I think I understand. Get that shark. I want shark fin soup. We're gonna try, but that shark's very elusive, very gummy. I could swear it's almost like a gummy shark or something. Yeah, nope, can't get it. Doesn't work. How are you? Oh, also, yo, I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? And good to see you there, QQ. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. There we go. I'm good. That's good to hear. That's awesome. Also, I think I'm gonna move one other part out of the way right quick because I feel like that hook is a little too close to the shark's eye. And imagine that being the stream all day, like just digging the shark's eye out with the hook. I don't know if I'd be that comfortable with that kind of stream. So I'm just gonna leave that shark right there. We're gonna move the fishing line a little bit further back. There we go. That should be good enough. Or maybe, hold on a minute. Just, no. Put that back there. Move this one a little bit further down. So it actually looks like Lampy's holding, oh, it used to look like Lampy was holding the fishing rod, but oh well, don't worry about it. There we go. And that should be okay. Now, back to the drawing at hand. It's finally time to get back to art and whatever this is. And thank you for the save and the posture check. I'm good. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that one there. Yeehaw. Yeehaw indeed. I mean, I could have put the cowboy hat. I was real close to putting the cowboy hat, but not this time today. There will be another time, though. Maybe in the future. And thank you for the hydrate there, Alice. I greatly appreciate it. Here's. That also reminds me, there was something that was said. It was either yesterday or a couple days before where I thought, cheers. Or I wrote down, or I put something in somebody's chat message where it was like, drinking stream, cheers, I'll drink to that. Oh, wait, you meant something else. Like, oh, okay, you know what, carry on. I forgot what it was. I don't remember. I never wrote it down because I didn't think it would pop up again. Oh, well, it's fine. That doesn't matter. I'll remember it sometime in the future when I least expect it and when it's the least, or yeah, when it's the least point of, when it's at least, or when it's at its least importance, that is when I'm going to remember it. Like, oh yeah, that's what it was. Well, I'm in the middle of trying to sleep. Like, okay, I got to wake up in the morning, or I got to wake up at this hour. I should probably get some rest before it's too late. And just as I'm about to pass out, moments before going into that lucid dreaming state, all of a sudden, that's where I said that. That was the context. Oh my god, and I didn't remember it till now. I should probably write that down. Nah, it's probably fine. I don't need to remember this. It's not gonna pop up again, is it? Maybe. If you consider all of these possible scenarios, then I never get sleep. Oh, you know what I could do? Okay, so I was gonna draw their character regularly, but I found a way to stylize this. I know a way to stylize this by making them all Corgi-like and simplifying the drawing for myself a little bit. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Let's actually draw that Corgi. Got an idea. I got an idea. So for one, we gotta make the whisk. This is gonna be the whisk part. Don't worry, it's a sketch. Sketches don't need to be perfect. They just need to get the idea across. Once we get the idea across, that's all that really matters. So let's totally make what looks like a wisp and not an onion. If anyone asks, it's not an onion. This should be close enough. Also, Rebo Lord, welcome on in. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I see an arm holding a bowl. Is the Corgi gonna be curled up in the bowl? You'll remember when it's no longer relevant. Oh, okay. So to answer the question, so Cam's design is an anthropomorphic Corgi, similar to the characters from Star Fox. And yeah, that was the original game plan, was draw Cam as their main, as their character, full on design and everything. But then I started thinking about it, like, I didn't draw the Corgi part, so this doesn't make any sense yet. Wait, what if I just make Cam a whole Corgi? Yeah, let's just make Cam a whole Corgi. Because Corgis are funny, we can definitely stylize this sucker like crazy. Make the bowl a lot bigger. Let's work on that bowl first. So what we're going to do is draw that bowl. The bowl is going to be somewhere over here. We also got to put Lampy in here somewhere, and I got an idea of where we could put Lampy. But first, let's make the bowl. Let's erase what we don't need. That should be good. Make this part where, the ingredients are kind of flying around to really emphasize the... How do I put it? The action. Exaggerating, stylizing, if you will. Yeah, there we go. Basically, exaggerating the actions of mixing. Yeah, mixing stuff. Mixing batter. Mixing brownie mix. Cake mix. That sort of stuff. That's the game plan right here. So I think that would be a pretty cool idea, to just exaggerate the motions a little bit and see where we go with that. Sharky. Indeed, it do be a Sharky. This is my first time seeing a moth fishing a shark. Yeah, this isn't the first time this moth has gone fishing either. There was one part of... If you look at the comic, you'll see that there was a time where this moth over here tried to fish out a crab with a croissant. Trust me, it made logical sense. And if you played enough Genshin, it would make more sense. Slightly, kind of, just a little bit. Look. Trust me when I say the croissant, the croissant had context. I can at least attest to that there was context behind that croissant. Am I going to explain it? No. But just know, it made sense. Let me go look at a Corgi image. Oh, wait, actually, you know what? This is a sketch. You don't have to worry about that too much just yet. But we do got to remember that this has to be a very, very fluffy, we got to make a bread loaf. We definitely got to make bread loaf for this Corgi over here. As for how we're going to make bread loaf, I'll figure it out along the way. I also got to remember how a Corgi's face looks as well, because if I'm correct, it's kind of a small head, but it's still very long. The crab must have been French. How right you were. Or how right you are about that. That was definitely a French crab. That's all I'll really say is that, yes, it was a French crab. Just gonna add a little bit of teeth there, a little bit of teeth there, to show that, you know, it's kind of just biting down on the whisk, really making that stuff fly. Something along these lines. But I also want to show that the Corgi is putting effort in whisking without it making it look absolutely evil. So that's going to be another tricky part. Now, the way we could do that is by putting just a slight... Okay, so I got an idea for this. What we're going to do is that we're going to make the eyes as per usual. We're going to make the eyes rather normal. And then we're going to add a little bit of furl to the brow. What's a furl to the brow? Like kind of a little bit of a fold, if you will. That's what we're going to do. I'm a Lampy, and I don't know what it means, but once Elder Wise Lampy once said, "You're a Lampy now." If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. So, I don't worry about it. You know what? I'll go with Elder Lampy. I'll go with the term Elder Lampy. I am pretty old, or I'm definitely getting there. So I'll roll with that. I'll roll with that title. And it's much better than Cult Leader. Or, yeah, it's much better than Cult Leader or anything like that. Or Great One or some other nonsense. But yeah, also, Spectre, welcome on in. How you be? Hope you're having a good day, everybody. Lampy Cult, Elder Lampy. I don't accept that title. I don't accept that title. But yeah, as for me, I've been doing well. I've just been, okay, as funny as it sounds. Okay, so, you know what? Let me put it to you this way. How have I been? I've been good. I've been thinking about a lot of different plans. A lot of things that I should do. A lot of things that I shouldn't do. A lot of how I'm going to work on future projects and all that sort of stuff. And how I'm going to go about things in the future. So, long story short, I've been questioning my life choices. That's the best way to put it. I have legitimately been questioning my life choices. I'm married now 5 days ago. Yo, congrats there, Spectre. Yo, that's pretty amazing. That's pretty awesome. I think this is the second time I've heard about this. I'm like, and I didn't get an invite? Come on, that's pretty rude. No, I'm kidding. Congratulations there, friend. Yeah. I'm wishing you and yours a long and prosperous life. Yes, I'm somewhat of a Star Trek nerd. Not that big of a Star Trek nerd, but kind of. If anyone asked me, like, okay, funny enough, the only two Star Treks I really saw was Next Generation and the OG one. And if anyone asked me any questions about those, I still wouldn't be able to answer it for you, other than, who is Q? And what is the Borg? And even then, it's still gonna be a lukewarm answer because it's been ages since I've seen Star Trek. I'll be honest, I was more of a Star Wars nerd than a Star Trek nerd. So you can imagine how hurt I was when I found out about Rise of the Skywalker and how they brought back Palpatine. Never bring back Palpatine. I said it before and I'll say it again. Both the movies and the comics and the extended books, never bring back Palpatine. There are some characters that should stay dead and leave their legacy. Yeah, just leave their legacy. Some of the best characters are the characters that never come back. Look at anime. When an anime is done and their villain is done, most of the time, I emphasis on the word most of the time, that character never comes back. And they are solidified as some of the best of villains. But the moment you decide, hey, you know what would be amazing? You know what would be pretty cool? You remember that villain that everybody liked? What if somehow, some way, they came back? No. Just no. Leave them where they are. It's like if Naruto decided, hey, you know what would be cool? You remember Madara? You know how cool Madara was in the previous, in the OG, when in Shippuden? What if we brought him back for Boruto, or Burrito? Wait, tell me this didn't happen. Tell me they didn't bring back Madara and Burrito. Or, you know what would be amazing? What if we brought Frieza back into Dragon Ball? You see where I'm going with this? And yes, I know that Frieza came back in Dragon Ball, but, Alright, let me try to catch up with things. Somehow Palpatine returned. See, exactly, that's what I'm talking about. All I know about Star Trek is red shirt means dead within 3 episodes. 3? You're dead within that episode. You show up in that episode with a red shirt, you're done. It's over. There is no 3 episodes. Nope, it's done. Alright. We lied to our folks about the honeymoon. We said we was going to the Bahamas for a month, but we never left. Oh, but we never left. We just want peace and quiet and cheaper. You know what? I respect that. When I started hearing about how you lied about where you were going and you went to the Bahamas, I was like, don't tell me people gave you money to go to the Bahamas, and then you just hear, or then I hear that part like, oh no, you just wanted to, you wanted to save money. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I respect that. As far as they know. I mean, yeah, as far as they know, like, so, how was the Bahamas? Hot. Lots of tourists. We got our wallet stolen. Oh my god, what? How? I don't know. You tell me. I'm the tourist. There you go. Problem solved. Like, they'll never ask again. Alright. I'm not a fan of the new Star Wars media, minus The Mandalorian. That was pretty good. I heard good things about The Mandalorian, for the most part. But yeah, I'm not going to go into too many details about Star Wars, but yeah, it looked like it was going to be good. It looked like, you know, things were going to fall into place. And then The Last Jedi happened. It was all downhill from there. I apologize. If anyone was a fan of The Last Jedi, do not worry. You continue being a fan of The Last Jedi. I ain't going to judge you for it. I'm just going to say that I am not a fan of The Last Jedi. I am especially not a fan of Rise of the Skywalker. Leave Palpatine alone. Let him die. Okay, technically they did kill him in that one, but you know what I mean. He shouldn't have come back. All right, let's see. If you want to make a story, you know what? Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about a lot of villains. we usually don't get their full story. So if you ever wanted to bring back a villain, prequel. You want to see the villain rise to the ranks of the villain that they are? Yeah, there you go. There's a movie. We don't need to bring them back. Just show how they got to that point. Same thing with video games. I think we've talked about I know I talked about this one a long time ago, but there was an idea, or someone brought up the idea, like, what if they made a video game about Ganondorf and they made him a good guy? And there was a little bit of conversation about that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I fell on the fence of don't make Ganondorf a good guy. However, what we could do is make a story, make a video game where you rise to the ranks of, you know, the big bad. Because Ganondorf has a lot of stories where he doesn't start off as the big ultimate sorcerer of evil that you know him as. Or, you know, the giant monster pig that you know him as. He starts off as a man with ambitions, a man with goals, a man that wants to conquer. Make the game about that. Make the game where, you know, he's working his way up. I feel like that could be done with him and a lot of other villains. Show us how they got to that point of greatness. Instead of just adding them on because, hey, fan service. Anyway. Also, Mini Potato, welcome on in. How you be? I hope things have been well. If I'm correct, you were streaming yesterday, right? Or was it earlier today? I remember I saw it somewhere. But yeah, go check out Mini Potato. They do arts. It's a really cool time over there. Really awesome people. Darth Maul was still cool even after dying 5 times. You know what? Fair. I'll give that one, except for that one part where he lost to Palpatine and started begging for his life. I wasn't a fan of that part. Like, you know what? He should have died in the well. Alright, anyway. Frieza came back like how many times? Too many to count. Way too many to count. Going back to Frieza, I will say, I don't care what anyone says, he should have died on Namek. He shouldn't have even showed up in the Cell Saga. That tarnished his title already as it was when coming back. Well, technically the Android Saga, but you know which one I mean. He should have died on Namek, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's try to catch up some things. Lampy takes out Shotgun at the writers who brought back Palpatine. They changed their minds instantly. I wish. Like, hey, you know what we should do? We should bring back Palpatine. You know what? Let's just make our own character. You know what? Let's just say that Snoke didn't actually die. You know what? Let's just make Kylo Ren the new villain. Maybe that might work. Maybe. Carry on. Because I don't know, like after a trilogy and all of that, I don't know if they could really make a new villain at the last second for Rise of the Skywalker. It definitely looked like, you know, Kylo Ren was the one that he's going to be taking the reins now. He's the one in charge. Let's see how this goes. Lampy needs a fishing hat now. When did I get an artist badge and why? Because you made that artwork of Lampy. Also, speaking of the fishing hat, you know what? Give me a second. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Let's add that fishing hat right there. When fear me, fish want me. You know what? That's honestly very, very accurate. And, which, by the way, the fishing assets come as a set, so you can also get fishing hats and a fishing rod on the coffee page if you feel, if you are so inclined to do so. All right, let's see. Me go to Bahamas on a fast food salary? No. You know what? I honestly respect that, and I understand that feeling. You know what? I could see that. I could see that being an issue. All right, let me try to. We're gonna run through this. We're gonna machine gun these messages now. The first movie was decent till you realize it was just a carbon copy of The Last Hope. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're kind of right. That's kind of messed up. I mean, I feel like it definitely could have developed into another direction. Again, Finn had good stuff going there. Finn had promise. I thought some parts of The Last Jedi were cool. Luke Force Protection Duel was really cool character-wise. It was until he died at the end anyway. That's my only issue. That's my main gripe with that one. Like, it could have worked if he didn't end up dying at the end of it anyway. Like, what was the point of the Force projection then? He might as well have just been right there. Ganondorf has been pure evil forever. They could make someone even worse, so bad that Link and Ganondorf team up. They could. And then at the last second make Ganondorf steal that power from the villain and then become another big bad later. Maybe not even go down the road automatically. Like, maybe lead that up to another game in the future. Like, thank you for the help. We'll be seeing each other real soon. And then have him disappear with that newfound power. Like, oh no, this is gonna be a problem. And then boom, cliffhanger, next game. You know people would be hyped for that next one after that. Also, ads start in 30 seconds. So let's try to catch up through a lot of these. Oh, we got a lot. Streamed on Thursday, yeah. I missed your stream, bud. My old computer was dying, but got a new one just in time. Happy to be here again. Can't wait to art and games. Yo, I'm sorry to hear about that PC, but yo, I'm honored. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, I'm glad to see you back. And I'm glad to hear about the new PC. I'm wishing you the best of luck on all of that. That's going to be great. Man, ads have started, so I will catch up with it later. For anyone who doesn't have, for anyone who has Turbo, feel free to let me know, and I will, continue on with the chatting. Wait. Before anyone answers that they have Turbo, I need to know something. There isn't a stigma behind Turbo, is there? I know I'm the streamer talking here, but I just want to make sure that there's no stigmas behind Turbo before I start telling everybody, let me know which one of y'all got Turbo. Because I don't want to just accidentally put a target on your back. As far as I know. Like I said, as far as I know, I don't think there's a stigma behind it, but I've apparently missed out on a lot of things to where I just show up one day, like I show up to... I've actually mentioned I don't think I've mentioned this story before, but in some streams, for some folks, I've popped up in a stream or two and I'm like, hey, yo, long time no see, how have things been? And you're like, well, I asked them that and they're like, wait, Lampy, do you not know? Know about what? And then they're like, wait, did you not hear about that? Hear about what? Then they explain the drama, and then I'm like, oh, wait, what? Oh, this is actually the first time you're hearing this. Like, wait, you don't know? When did this happen? Like a couple months back. Oh. Yeah, I've been living in a rock. I've been living under a rock for a couple of months, so good to know. Good to know. And I am so sorry. Yeah, it's stuff like that. So that's why I'm like, wait. Before I start asking questions and accidentally putting a target on people's backs, is there a stigma I should know? No? Okay, I think we're good. Some streamers don't like Turbo for money reasons. That's honestly fair. I understand that feeling. Me personally, that's why I'm like, you know what? Bits. Bits are the way to go. There was a time where I was like, nah, I take it back about bits. I now understand that they're more expensive, but in all honesty, if you want to support your favorite streamer, bits. Because you at least know when you drop bits on them, all the money all the bit money that you just gave them, that's with them. I did not know this till recently. Before, I thought the bits was like 50-50. Now I've learned that, yeah, bits actually give the amount that you gave The amount of bits that you gave to the streamer, that's how much they're actually getting. It's not the other way, or it's not like how subs are. And I'm going to vouch for that one until I learn otherwise, because as far as I know, that's how it is. For subs, they don't even get half of what you gave them for that sub. And so that's why I'm looking at it like, you know what? I could see why people are going for turbo. I could see why streamers are mad about turbo, but I feel like if that's the case, just push for more bits. No more subathons. Bitathons. Bitthons. Bitnanza? Let's call it a Bitnanza. Yeah. Bitnanza. No more subathons. Bitnanzas. I know there's a whole thing about like being the most subbed streamer or stuff like that, or okay, to be fair, at the same time, I will also say the only downside is that you don't get the streamer emotes. So that's a tricky one all on its own right there. On one hand, bits support the streamer more, but on the other hand, you don't get the emotes that the streamer has. But if you go for turbo, you don't have to worry about ads in every single stream. It's hard to say. It's hard to figure out. It's definitely a tricky one. All right, there we go. Now with that being said, let's catch up with everything. But yeah, I'm wishing you the best of luck there, Mini Potatoes. You got this, I believe. Well, you got your new stuff, so I can't wait to see, what you have in store for the future. The Star Wars franchise explains in 6 movies about Palpatine and all. Then Disney introduced Snoke with no backstory and lore, and the only reason they have Palpatine say he created Snoke was the fans overwhelmingly get angered by it, and add a line in the movie later, but not explain how Palpatine returns. See, that's the funny thing about Snoke. I don't know about anyone else, but when Snoke came out, when they first introduced Snoke, there was a shadow of mystery behind him. There was like a smoke of mystery that made me want to know more about Snoke. Like, who is this? What are they? Who are they? How are they pulling the strings after Palpatine is gone? How is this guy a Sith? Who is this person? And then they kill him in the next movie. With no information on him at all whatsoever. See, that's where I had a problem. Like, wait, you developed this villain, explain nothing about him, and then you kill him? Which, funny enough, someone argued with me once a long time ago saying, oh yeah? How is that any different from Palpatine? Palpatine didn't show up. All you knew about him was, you didn't know much about Palpatine. He was in the background for the most part, and then he dies at the end of the 3rd movie. And I'm like, see, here's the difference between Palpatine and Snoke. Palpatine only needs to be known about, or you only need to know one major thing about Palpatine. One. He's the Emperor of the Galaxy. Enough said. If you ask, like, you ask yourself, who is Snoke? He's the leader of this organization. Yeah, what is this organization? How did this organization form? Where did we get to this point? Palpatine, on the other hand, who is he? He's the leader of the Galactic Empire. We've seen Galactic Empires. We know how, we've seen empires. We know how empires work. Sometimes they're elected, or sometimes leaders are elected, emperors are elected. Sometimes they weasel their way into power. Sometimes they overthrow a previous establishment. So the fact that he's an emperor of a galactic empire, that means a couple of things. He either stole his way into power, worked his way into power, or he has, blood, like a blood tie, like he inherited that power. What is the First Order? How did they get into that sort of power? That's the major difference. Not only that, but they also explain, Palpatine is Darth Vader's, well, they don't even have to explain that Palpatine is the main Sith guy, the main bad guy. He's the Emperor that Darth Vader, he's the Emperor. The one who's calling all the shots. You don't need to know how Darth Vader and Palpatine... Well, you kind of do, but the main point is Darth Vader is part of the Empire. And there is an Emperor. Therefore, the Emperor controls Darth Vader. So you should be very afraid of this Emperor if he's the one pulling Darth Vader's string. Enough said. But again, going back to it, what on earth is Snoke? And we just didn't get a satisfying enough answer. We just didn't get a satisfying enough answer is all. Anyway, going back to it, let's try to catch up with things. The fact they had 20 years and the best they could come up with was bigger Death Star was a bit of a fail too. Oh yeah, I forgot about bigger Death Star. The word somehow can explain everything, apparently. Apparently so. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I really like Solo. It wasn't trying to be something big. It was just a funny heist movie. I would say honestly it might be a hot take. Mostly because I didn't watch Solo and I didn't hear much about it. But hey, if like I've said it before and I'll say it again. Regardless, if you're a fan, don't let anyone take that away from you. I ain't gonna judge you for it. Even though I'm not a fan of a lot of the new Star Wars stuff. If you are a fan of the Star Wars stuff, and this applies to all of them, even The Last Jedi, I suppose. Ugh. Even if you're a fan of Rise of the Skywalker, as much as I am not a fan of that one, that shouldn't take anything away from you as to why you should be a fan. If you're a fan of it, hold that badge proudly. That's basically all I'm gonna say about it. And this is how I feel about a lot of things personally. Like, I will vocally explain why I'm not a fan of something, but I won't criticize someone else for enjoying it. Like, for example, there's a lot of people that like God of War Ragnarok. Ugh. No. And surprisingly enough, from what I've been seeing, apparently this one's a hot take to say God of War Ragnarok sucked. Gameplay-wise was okay. Story sucked. Why was, just no. I didn't even finish God of War Ragnarok. That's how much of a fan I was not of that game. But, I know a lot of people that are fans of God of War Ragnarok. And you know what? That's okay. And I'm still gonna stand here. I'm still gonna stand on this hill and say, I understand. I respect your decision. I respect that you enjoy God of War Ragnarok as much as the next person. In my personal opinion, it sucked. And both options are okay. Okay. Thanks for hanging in there thanks for hanging in there with me. Ads will be over soon. Fair. And good to hear. That's good to hear. That the ads are over. Chances are the ads were long since over. Alright, ads are over for me. Nice. Alright. Turbo removes incentives to sub, which means people are making less money, which made some greedy people mad. Ah, you know what? Fair. And I will still say, emotes. That's the best way to go about it. Like, emotes are there. That might incentivize people to sub. Outside of that, I don't know. Give them the bits. Wait, no. I was just saying that bits are better than subs. I didn't say give me bits. Lambit says he doesn't want to put targets on people's backs as he's aiming a shotgun at us. Irony. Okay, listen, I don't need a target just to shoot somebody. For safety reasons, Twitch, this is a joke. We do not condone shooting people. This is a joke, Twitch. We do not condone shooting people in real life. If it's a video game, I sure hope that friendly fire is on. But outside of that, just to be safe, Twitch, this is a joke. Alright, Shark, indeed, it do be Shark. Also, let's give a shout out to Creepy. How you be there, Creepy Pasta? Hope things are going well. Let's give a shout out to Creepy. They do a lot of amazing art. Really awesome stuff. Thanks, bud. Yeah, no problem. Welcome to Star Wars. Yeah. Palpatine has the richest lore of all villains. I agree. But if you just look at... Here's the funny thing about it all, though. If you just look at the first original 3 movies, the only thing you know about him is he's the Emperor. And that he's also a Sith Lord. Not just a Sith Lord, but the Sith Lord. In comparison to the 2, he's the Master. And honestly, they did a lot with how little he was on screen in the original movies. And not only that, but huge shout out to the performance of the guy who played the Emperor in those movies, because with the small amount of time that he had, he hammed it up. He hammed up those moments absolutely. But of course, to be fair, he was not the spotlight. He was not there to be the main problem. The main problem for Luke was Vader. Not because Vader was an all-powerful Sith, which, yes, he was an all-powerful, well, not so much an all-powerful Sith, but an all-powerful Dark Jedi, but more so that Luke was trying to, defeat Vader without succumbing to the dark side, while also dragging his father back from said dark side. So Luke had a lot on his plate. Palpatine's kind of just there right now. Like, not now, for the lack of a better term. But even being in the background, Palpatine and the actor who played Palpatine really did a lot in the short amount of time that they had. Alright, let's see. My Team Rocket has a better founding story than the big budget Hollywood movies. I mean, to be fair, Team Rocket had a lot more time. I mean, in comparison, when you see the big budget movies, they usually don't give them a lot of time. They put them on a crunch a lot. Not to say that the writers are also not doing a great job, but you also, one, they're not doing a great job, and two, they don't have a lot of time to really work things out. So they're kind of, depending on the situation. Some writers know what they're doing and don't have a lot of time to do it. Other writers are huffing their own farts and don't have a lot of time to do it. So yeah, they don't, like, even though, for example, saying that a movie had 20 years, true, there was 20 years of distance, but the moment they put those writers in, or like any developers into a room, it's like, all right, so you have 20, or yeah, it's been 20 years in the making. You got 7 months. Good luck. All right, 7 months. What do you do? Bring back Palpatine. Like, he's already got a history. Yeah, let's figure this out. I've never seen any of the Star Wars franchise. Honestly, that is the first time I've... Okay, yeah, that's actually the second time I've heard that in my entire life, that I've seen someone that has not seen Star Wars. Okay, I want to say... Okay, it's really hard to say, like, whether you're missing out or not, because there's a lot of factors in there. Because I know one friend where they tried watching Star Wars and they got bored because those are some very long movies. And at a certain point, spaceships just don't hold the same... They just don't hold the same amount of... How do I put it? They don't hold the same amount of awe factor, if that makes any sense. Depending on the game, or yeah, depending on the movies, sometimes, for me personally, I was just sitting there like, get to the spaceships, I want to see the spaceships, but then again, I was also like, what, 8, 9? So, yeah, I grew up with that franchise. Okay, they're kind of setting that up in the, they're kind of setting that up in The Mandalorian and Ahsoka? Well, not well, but they're definitely bringing in their Heir to the Empire EU story to try and tie into the sequel. Ah, fair. I mean, at least they have a story going on there, I think. Maybe, depending. I don't know, it's hard to say. I adore Solo? That's fair. I thought it was fun. Honestly, reasonable. I can't argue against it or argue for it because I haven't seen Solo. But you know what? For those that have seen Solo, I hope you enjoyed it then. And for those that didn't enjoy it, you know what? That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. No one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans, and no one loves Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. Yeah, honestly. Yo, Metrax, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. This is why I talk all the smack about the previous Star Wars movies, because it's like, look at what you did. Look at what you done to my boy. They massacred my boy. That was the franchise I was watching. Like, look what you done to my Star Wars. Alright, Lampy. Yo, creepypasta. Hope things are going well. Two people with edible confetti. Delicious, safe, colorful. Shoot them with beanbags. Non-lethal. I mean, yeah, I guess there's also edible confetti. If you hit them hard enough with that edible confetti, it'll do enough damage and not leave a mark. Non-lethal. Yeah. Get your edible confetti shotguns today. No refunds. Shork. It do be a shork. Someone once told me Star Trek will obliterate Star Wars in a war. I was like, sure. Honestly, that's a tricky one. That is a tricky one. I mean, Star Wars has some amazing ships, and then you got the Borg over there, and then whatever on Earth Q is. But then you also got the Jedi over there. Well, you don't have that many Jedi, so I want to say it might depend on which era. Boy, accept the shout out. I have never seen The Lord of the Rings, and my friends are mad. I'll be honest, I haven't watched all of Lord of the Rings. I've only seen bits and pieces and the end. So, not gonna lie, I'm right there with you. Kind of. I at least saw the end, but other than that, okay. People are gonna probably hate me for this one, but Lord of the Rings, I saw the beginning of the first movie, and I saw the end of the last movie. So I basically watched the whole movie. Speed run. Yeah, that's basically it. Lord of the Rings speed run. Just hacked my way through the first and third movie. That's basically what it was. Like, if anyone asks, it was a speed run hack. Yeah. Just went through a couple of shortcuts in the movie and got to the first half and the last half. And there we go. I speed run Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Who's Frodo? Okay, back to the Corgi drawing. This ain't looking very Corgi-like yet, but don't worry, I'm gonna work on it. Let me look up a Corgi right quick, because right now I just drew a gummy bear. Corgi. I'm trying to find a Corgi that looks like a bread loaf. I mean, I was kind of close. A little bit. You just need to make this part a little bit thinner. Make this part a bit rounder. And make the legs a little bit thinner, but still keep them as short as they are. Kind of like that. But yeah, also, folks, go check out Metrax. They play a good variety of games. They're currently working on fixing their internet soon, but when they do, big events will be happening. So look forward to that when the time rolls around. gonna be awesome. I mean, they're still able to stream. It's just a little laggy, but that's not important. That's not important. The most important part is go follow them. They play Elden Ring on Thursdays for the most part. So if you're a fan of Elden Ring, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of any other game, go check them out. That music's still going? Yeah, that music's still going. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I see what a Corgi looks like. I should probably put that image on the screen too, now that I think about it. Let's just toss Corgi right over here. This should do. Yeah, this little image right here should be fine. Let's just toss Corgi right over there. And, so we need to make the ears a bit bigger and a bit rounder. We're making them a little too scruffy. So let's back that up a little bit. Also, let's catch up with some things. Non-lethal. Yeah. Yeah, see? Maybe Potatoes gets it. I fell asleep through all three. That's honestly fair. That's reasonable. Most expensive nap I've ever taken since I was in theaters. Also, honestly reasonable. I know my brother, I know one of my brothers always falls asleep in theaters no matter what movie they're watching. Even if they're excited for the movie, without fail, passes out. And I'm like, dang. That honestly sucks. Like, if I'm correct, they fell asleep through Godzilla as well. They fell asleep through multiple Godzilla movies, now that I really think about it. Including the cartoons. Wait, Lord of the Rings had cartoons? I didn't know about that part. Let's round out this ear a little bit. Let's also make it just a little bit shorter. Just a little bit. There we go, much better. Let's also nab that part. Shorten it out a little bit over here as well. There we go. That should be good. Yeah, I want to say that seems reasonable enough right there. That should be good right there. All right, let me see. It's adorable. I know, right? Look at that adorable little Corgi in that corner right there. In comparison to whatever it is that we're drawing. We're drawing a, like I said, we're drawing a gummy bear. Don't worry, we'll get it figured out. We'll get it figured out eventually. We're going to bring this down a little bit, move it right a little bit more over there. We're actually going to... Wait, did the music stop? The music stopped. Oh, no, it's still going. Okay, we're good. That's basically what they are. True. Just tiny little bread loaves. Also gummy bears. Possibly. Alright, let's see. OTL. What's OTL? On the line? They're gonna marry the person that brings me... Oh. They're gonna marry the person that brings me a Corgi. They're too precious. Wait, what happened? Oh, wait, I missed a part. I'm the only person in my friend group who's both read the books and watched the movies. Ah, fair. You know what? I respect that. Faceplant? Why? What happened? What'd I miss? Okay, I missed something. Hold on a minute. Is it horrible? Okay, let's see. The only person in my friend group who's read... Okay, so you're the only person in your friend group who's watched and read the movies, including the cartoons. That's fair. I didn't know they were cartoons. OTL. It's adorable. That's basically what they are. They're gonna marry... Oh, they're gonna marry the person that brings me a Corgi. They're too precious. Oh, that's the OTL. It's a person bowed... Oh, OTL is a person who bowed over in shame. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes much more sense. Okay, actually, no, I would have never seen that before until you mentioned it now. You know what? I understand now. I understand now. Oh, right. Also, folks, whenever you're trying to figure out how to redo an image, I will definitely tell you this. Don't erase the entire part when it comes to the sketch. If you don't like how the leg looks, don't erase it yet. Leave it where it is. Because if you erase what that leg looks like, now it is gone, and now you don't know if you may end up accidentally remaking the exact same leg, thinking this looks a lot better. Wait, no, something seems off. And then when you erase it again and you go over it again and again and again and again, and then you realize I'm just drawing the exact same leg again. You want to know how to break that cycle? Keep the leg where it is. During the sketching phase, keep the leg right where it is. And then just start drawing around it. Draw as if that leg is not there. There we go. So now I know where I want the leg to be. It's going to be this tiny little nub right here. Now that I got that part of the leg, now we can erase the original one. Because now I know what I didn't want, and now I could draw what I did want and get rid of the previous part. Now we got that leg. It's a little bit further in the back, which gives it a little more dynamic. Speaking of which, this part of the body isn't dynamic enough, so let's have that shift a little bit. Now that we got that, let's erase this part, because what I want to do is give it a bit of an angle, give it a bit of a curve, that kind of thing. That kind of movement. Give it this sense like the body moved over a bit. You know what? We could actually do that a little more over here. Bring the leg a little bit closer to this point. But at the same time, hold on a minute. So I want the body to look like it's curving over. Which is going to be very, very difficult to accomplish with a stubby little body with stubby little legs, but I also want this stubby little leg to come out a bit more. Oh, you know what I forgot to mention this entire time? I just realized. Since we're on the whole subject of ranting, I'm just going to go over one quick rant right quick. Why are Nintendo games so expensive now? That is all. Why are they... I was excited for the Nintendo Switch 2, and then I saw the prices, I'm like... I got rent due. I can't pay that. I want that new Bloodborne game. But I'm not spending that. You know what? I guess I'm just gonna go back to play the regular Bloodborne. I'll just stick with regular Bloodborne. I don't need this new... I don't need this new Bloodborne. I'm not spending $500 for a console and then $90 on the game. That's like $600 just to play a single game. You know what? I'll come back later. There's a Mario Party, or yeah, there's a Mario Kart game I haven't played on my own or on the Switch 1, so yeah, I don't need a Switch 2. I think I'll leave that one alone. It's probably best to, yeah, nah. Alright, let's see. Old emoticons of the internet, your. Ah, fair. The only one that I remember of the old internet times is the 07 and the faces. Like the faces with numbers and O's and U's and stuff and dots. I did not know about the OTL. Alright, let's see. Emotes before emotes were just made... Oh, emotes. Before emotes were just made of letters and numbers. Yeah. I feel called out about deleting my art completely, then when something isn't working. To be fair, there's a lot of people that do that. Heck, I was one of them a long time ago. And funny enough, it was because one of my friends in college went to a specific art class that I did not go to, apparently. I don't know why I didn't go into it, but I didn't go to that art class, but they learned that method from their art teacher, and, or, you know, their art instructor, and they told me that's what they learned, and I stuck with that one ever since, because I'm like, look, I may not be in that class, but I'm taking that information, because that's gold. Because I mess up like that all the time, thinking, yeah, I mess up like that all the time, just redoing it. So I'm like, you know what? Let me try this out. Let me see how valuable this is. Let me see if this actually works. It works wonders. It's not always perfect, but it definitely works wonders. Hmm. I'm going to try to add a line right quick. Ah, so that's the dynamic I'm looking for. Okay, you know what we need to do? We need to take this entire part right here. Cut this section off, because I don't want to lose the dynamics of that shape. And then rotate the body to fit that build. Maybe make it a little bit smaller too. But okay. And have this line up right there. Have this part line up there. Not quite. I mean, at the same time, I also got to remember there isn't too much that we could do with this. It's got a long body, but it's still a bit stubby, so there isn't too much we could really do with all of that. Maybe extend the back legs behind it? Possibly, possibly. Okay, let's see. Maybe they'll drop the prices before release. Fingers crossed there was an error in translation. You know what? I'm hoping. I don't know how you mistranslate numbers, but here's hoping this was a mistake. Or maybe they look at the backlash and say, maybe we flew too close to the sun. Let's reel it back a little bit. But yeah, let's also try that. Let's try extending the back leg a little more. Maybe even add a little bit of a shape right here to differentiate just a little bit, that not just some funky little nub. Just add a, you know, well, maybe. It does look a little funky right here, so let's backtrack that part a little bit more. This might work. I'm gonna say this might work. They might also need to take this lower half, or this upper half. If anything, the other idea might be that we need to raise this part up. We're going to test out a couple of things. we'll figure out this round burrito. Yes, I'm thinking about burritos. I found one place that actually just makes bean and cheese burritos. And not gonna lie, it is very difficult to find a place that makes bean and cheese burritos where I am. Right, they don't sneak in jalapenos and all of that stuff. So when I heard about bean and cheese burritos, or yeah, when I saw a place, I risked it. Because I kind of got tired of the food around the area. And so I thought, you know what? Let me see. Worst case scenario, there's a jalapeno in here, and I just give it to somebody else, or I just throw it out. But you never know. I might get the just beans, just beans, just cheese wrapped up in a tortilla. If I could just get that, it was going to be the best thing ever. And lo and behold, I did. It was the best thing ever. All right, let's see. AI can and does miscalculate numbers. If they used AI to convert the prices from yen to USD, it could happen. Grasping at straws. You know what? I'll grasp at those straws with you. I am willing to cope on that situation. I am willing to look at that and think, please let that be a mistake. Let this please be a mistake that was just done by computers. A computer flaw. Because honestly, this would be a big win for those that are against the AI stuff. You want to know why? Because if they happen to mess this up because of an AI miscalculation, then they're less likely to use it. And then people will have jobs of, doing what the machine couldn't. So here's hoping. Yeah. Here's hoping. Then it'll disincentivize other companies from just replacing everybody with computers. Maybe. Just because I really want the Switch 2 and the new games. Me too, me too. I mean, that's the worst part. That's the worst part about the Nintendo Switch 2 is that if it wasn't for the prices, everything would be absolutely beautiful. I would actually be excited to pick up a console again. But that price... Lordy, that price is not doing it any favors. And that's where the biggest problem is lying right now, is that yeah, no, that's too much. Let's bring the snoot down a little bit. Give it a lower jaw right there. Make the snout a little bit more narrow. Something along those lines. Maybe too short. Let's bring it up a bit more. Let's start here instead. And then add the corgi tail up here somewhere. Just add little nub. You know what? I think I'll still reduce this part a little bit more. Oh, you know what I forgot? We need to add a little bit of fluff at the bottom half here, a little bit, maybe. No, that just makes the Corgi look like it has a double chin. Let's back up on that. I'm kind of trying to draw this to where you could see that the Corgi has a head and a snout, but to also where the Corgi's head kind of blends in with the body. I want to make it distinct enough that there's a head, but still blended in enough to where, you know, the head and the body are almost one. Almost. Kind of like how you see this Corgi over here, where it's kind of like it's got a head, but it's barely got a neck. If that makes any sense. That's what I'm trying to do with this here Corgi. And you know what it is? I think I have one other idea that I need to do. What I'm gonna do is just cut this for a minute, copy and paste it as a new layer, put the body right over here, make it bigger, reduce the opacity of the head so we don't have that one get lost in the distance. Whoops, wrong layer. Kind of give it a bit of a neck going on here is what I'm trying to do. Just a little bit. And again, this is just a sketch, so we don't have to worry too much about the details. We don't need to make this perfect. Maybe shape the snout like one of those office paper cups and then soften it. Oh, you know what? You make a good point. I never considered the paper cup. Let me try paper cup idea. But yeah, I also don't want to give the Corgi too much of a neck. Just enough to make it show that, you know, the body can move. And we also need to make the body just a little bit bigger so the head doesn't look absolutely massive on it. But we also don't want to make it too small either. We don't want to make it look like it barely even has a head to begin with either. But I think this here might be... This might be it. We might be in the money now. So now what we got to do, go back over here, increase the opacity back to 100. Merge these two down. sometimes making dynamic poses can be very difficult. That much I will definitely say. Sometimes making a dynamic pose with a not so dynamic shape can be a very difficult task. Like now, and sometimes it might also be the factor of just, what's the word I'm looking for? Sometimes the factor might also just be that it's, not a shape I'm used to. Which is ironic to say, because putting Lampy in a dynamic pose, which is basically just a giant egg with arms, that definitely would work a lot easier. But making an organic bread loaf and putting it in a dynamic pose like this one, yeah, this ain't quite working the way I would have assumed it would. But I got ideas. Now, let's go with that paper cup idea. Not gonna lie, that worked. Yeah, that worked wonders. Also, it makes the dog look very, very funny with a paper cup. We're also going to remove a little bit here because we do still want to show that there is a face and a head, sort of. So, yeah, let's actually add this section here. And since we're also here, we could put it like a little dog leg, maybe. Maybe. I'm still on the fence about the dog leg. But we're going to put the dog leg all the way off into the distance. And now that we got that part, just erase this section. And yeah, I think that works perfectly. Now we just make eyes like so. And like I said, I want the dog to look like they're working in earnest, that they're putting some effort in there. They're putting some elbow grease, for the lack of a better term. Because I don't know if, I think dogs have elbows. They just don't work as well, but they definitely got some elbows in there somewhere. So anyway, what I'm trying to do with this one is give, add a bit of that elbow grease going on with this here Corgi. Show that they're putting in some work, but they're not angry. So here's how I'm going to go along with that idea. One, let's round out the eyes a little bit. Yeah, we're going to keep the eyes very rounded, but not too rounded. We're going to give them a bit of a lower slant on the inner eyes. Basically, the closer to the center, that would be the inner side of the eye. So yeah, we're going to give it a bit of a slant. I'll show you, let me give an example of what I mean. This would be perfect circle, sort of. Try to believe that being a perfect circle. We just put these two circles right there. That would be neutral for slightly angry or putting in effort. The intersections would be slanted downwards, kind of like that, without the eyebrows. So have the inside of it slanted while the rest of the eyes look average. If you wanted them to be absolutely mad, you put a curve. Or sinister, either option. But if you just want to put some earnest and some effort in their actions without them looking upset, just slant their eyes a bit to show, yeah, they're putting in the work. And if you want them sad, do the opposite. Instead of putting the slant on the inside, put the slant on the outside. You know what? That's how I should have done it at first. Now that I think about it, here's how we do so. Like how we just did here, where we put the slants first. Put like a V instead of an arrow. And then put the rest of the circle. And then boom. V and then circle. There you go. You got some earnest in those eyes. You got no thoughts, head empty eyes. And then you got depression. There we go. I hope you enjoy, and I hope that I hope that helps you in some way, shape, or form. All right, let's see. Now for some unfortunate news. I have arrived. Go home, Ryu. And welcome on in. I hope you had a good Friday night. Yeah. That seems like the opposite of a problem. Yeah. Wait, which one's the opposite of a problem? What did I say? I forgot. Oh, what Ryu said. It depends. If you're a viewer, Ryu is a welcome addition. If you're me, there's an issue. Because let me put it to you this way. Think about it in the terms of SpongeBob and Squidward. If you're watching SpongeBob and you see SpongeBob walk up to Squidward, you're probably thinking, oh, things are gonna get crazy. You're probably thinking, this is not a problem at all. In fact, the show's about to begin. If you're Squidward, there's a problem. Yes, I just referred to myself as Squidward and Ryu as SpongeBob. Because, you know, water, duck, orange, minions. Yeah. Yes, I just called Ryu a minion again. From Despicable Me. Which would make sense. Blue. Yellow. That's a minion right there. Alright, back to the drawing at hand. So anyway, let's actually do that right here. So we're going to get rid of all of this. We're actually going to use that method that I just showed you to make the eye. So, well, for one, first, let's see. Let's put that line right here so I know where to put the distance between the two. Like so. Now, let's start with that V shape. Just slightly. V shape there. V shape there. We put the two slants. And then we just add the circles around it. And there we go. We get our eraser. Erase everything on the inside because that's kind of messing up the eye shape. There we go. But since we don't want this Corgi to look deranged, we're also going to smoothen out the bottom half a little bit. Clean it up a little bit more. Maybe make the eyes go, yeah, maybe curve the eyes just a little bit more, just a little bit, because we don't want this dog to look feral. We just want them putting in the work. Making that bread, you know? They're out there doing a job. Nah, the one that we're supposed to make look absolutely deranged is Lampy. And do not worry, the Lampy's supposed to be in this image as well, as per requested, so that's the deranged one. Alright, let's see. Yes, I am a minion. This is... oh. In this humbled and welcoming cult. Shut up, Ryu. No cult. Y'all cease with your cult fiend nonsense. As I said, we're going to flatten the eyes a little bit over there. We're going to round out this part just a little bit. We're still going to keep that V shape, but we're going to round out the top a little bit more. Like so. That part should be good. Get this part out of the way a little bit. Boom. Let the chaos begin. Yeah. Which also reminds me, I think there's someone else who's supposed to be showing up or showing back up real soon. Or, alright, if I'm correct, I know someone who's supposed to be coming back from vacation real soon. So, it's only gonna get worse from here. Goody. Especially after seeing the... You know what? They don't talk about that one as much anymore, so maybe I'm free. But there are still some old guards out there that pop up from time to time that want to talk about that in particular emote. I just gotta wait for, they're not gonna fade, but maybe someday they'll fade. And then that legend will fade with them. Let's be honest, so long as Ryu, Kumo, and, Scott are still around, that legend's never gonna die. But you never know. Also, ads start in 10 seconds. Good luck. Also, Ryu, do not worry. I do plan on working on yours soon. I'm, okay, so first I wanted to, we're currently working on one of the viewer redeems. But do not worry. I'm working on setting up a schedule for your art project. Because do not worry, I haven't forgotten. I'm getting the screenshots. I am, scheduling things this month. Unlike last time, I actually plan on scheduling things. So, we'll figure it out. Shower Lampy in love while we can't hear the rebukes. Joke's on them. No one's reading that. Well, maybe they're reading that, I don't know. But don't listen to Mini Potatoes. Y'all leave that alone. Nobody shower Lampy with nothing. Y'all save your money. You know what? You know what, folks? The Nintendo Switch is pretty expensive. You should save your money for that Nintendo Switch, am I right? Yeah, actually, no. Even then, I would say save your money on that one, too. But if you're going to be buying the new games on the Nintendo Switch, you don't have money to throw at Lampy. No. You should, like, if you're going to be buying the Nintendo Switch, that's where your money needs to go. Absolutely. Maybe that worked. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see. No problem. Okay, let's see. No problem. I know better not to breathe behind... Oh. I know better not to breathe behind an artist's back to rush a project. We Gucci. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. And I thank you greatly for that one. But yeah, for me personally, okay, funny enough, though you and a lot of other people have not been rushing me on projects, I'll be honest, this is more of a me thing. I'm like, I gotta get these projects done already. Like, nah, it's fine. Take all the time you need. I don't have the, or like, I can't do that. If I don't push myself into, like, if y'all aren't gonna push me into, getting one step foot in front of the other to work on these projects, then I gotta do it myself. It's time to rush myself. Ads. Lampy is awesome. Give them bits if you're financially able to. No actual pressure. I agree with that second half. If you're financially... Actually, wait. I'm trying to rethink this, whole thing. Save your money. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Save your money. Yeah, save your money. Things are expensive out there. Things are pricey. Y'all don't need to spend your money on bits. Nah. That should work. Okay, back to the project at hand. Okay. So now that we got the eyes, everything should be good. Now, like I said, I wanted to put a little bit of, earnest, like showing that the Corgi, you know, that, yeah, I wanted to show that Cam is putting in a bit of effort. And here's how we're going to do that. Again, like I said, we just need to furrow the brow just a little bit. And the best way to furrow the brow is just to add a little bit of, add a couple of lines here and there to show that, yeah, it's kind of scrunkling in the middle there. So we're just gonna, let me try this again. So basically the brow, once you put in a little bit of effort, the brow is gonna, basically this is where the whole brow is. So to put some effort in there, we take this inner corner, sort of, that would be where the brow is, just kind of push it forward. This would that would show that there's some effort going on there. And so we just got to do the same thing for the other side. Just take that center, put a line to show that these two parts of the giant brow, which is this and this, are being pushed closer towards the center to show some effort is being used, that they're flexing their face muscles as well. And there we go. We can also put a little bit of a line right here to show, again, to show where that brow is, to show that, especially in that point, effort is being put in there without it looking like they're absolutely furious. Now, let's also put that eye right here to show that they're looking in a specific direction. There we go. They're looking, yeah, they're basically looking in this direction. We're gonna make the eye, we're gonna make the iris very, very large, kind of like that. There we go, to show that they are looking in this direction here. There we go. This is where the iris is, looking in that direction as they are whisking away. Ads over. Ah, fair, fair, fair. My fear is the moment I ask one update question, the artist blacklists me and puts me as a Twitter example of bad commissioner for pressuring them. Okay, I will say this there, Ryu. I will say this. I understand where you're getting that fear. And yeah, I understand where you're getting that fear. Because, again, I've mentioned this many a times before, but we in the sphere of arting, we're kind of in this stigma where the artist is never wrong and that we have to support the artists through and through. And yes, we should support artists, especially in these trying times. But as I've said multiple times, as I said throughout all of March, artists need to be held accountable. I'm going to go lay it down. I'll still be watching, though. Happy arting, and be kind to yourselves, everybody. All right, there, Mini Potatoes, thank you greatly. You do your lurking. I hope you enjoy the stream, and I hope you rest well. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care. Now, as I was saying, I know why you have that fear, because, again, like, if an artist, not all the time, it won't always work like this, but a majority of the time, if an artist says, oh yeah, this person bad, the whole internet will jump on the bandwagon, assuming, without questioning, like, are they? How do we know the whole, do we know the whole story? Although, to be fair, this is a lot of things on the internet. I'll be perfectly honest. A lot of times on the internet, people will jump on the bandwagon without asking questions. And this is why I always say, research, research, research. If you hear about a story, don't believe it blindly. Look into it. Like, I mean, granted, if you hear a story, it's like, holy cow, really? Wait, let me double check on something. And, you know, maybe look into it. Maybe you'll find something that you didn't see before. Or maybe later down the road, you find out, oh, more evidence came out. Turns out one person wasn't telling the whole story. Which happens a lot on the internet, let's be honest. I'm always going to go back to that one And I say this because I'll be honest, there are some times where I look into something, I believe it at face value, and then when I hear like, oh wait, did you not know? Like, what did I not know? Like, turns out that part was a lie, or like it was proven later that it wasn't true. Like, wait, what? And I'm not even talking about drama. I'm talking about there are some times where like you hear certain things. Like, I'm trying to remember, what was the last time I heard something about that? Oh, for example, Pluto. I thought they reinstated Pluto as a planet. Turns out, no, they didn't do that. They kind of, but they put it in a lesser category. It's technically called a dwarf planet or something like that. A mini planet. Not exactly a moon. Not exactly a meteorite. But it's not exactly a planet either. And for the longest time, I thought they reinstated Pluto as a planet because, the backlash behind it. Turns out, yeah, no, no, Pluto's still technically not exactly a planet. But they said it was something close enough to appease the masses, which, I hate to say, I fell for hook, line, and sinker. And so, yeah, research. And y'all already heard me talk plenty of times about the League of Legends skin. So yeah, research. If something sounds crazy and ridiculous, look it up yourself. It might not be the exact story that you're being told. And if you decide to yourself, and I've actually heard this one before, and that one is very worrisome, and me personally, if someone tells you this is a huge red flag. If someone tells you, hey, so this and that is going on, that's a problem, you should probably avoid that, and you decide, I'm going to look into this, and they immediately, or maybe not so much immediately, but if you decide, I'm going to look into this, see what everything said, or yeah, I want to find out more about this, let me look into this, and they say, dude, just trust. Now you really shouldn't trust. If you decide to look and research, and someone else is telling you, don't research, just believe them, that is when you should really research. Not only research that, but research why they don't want you to know, why they don't want you to research. Because that's a bigger problem than the problem that they alluded to. So always remember, folks, research. And if someone tells you don't research, just listen to them. Definitely research. Yo, Cake Moth, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Pluto is the redheaded stepchild. Unfortunately, it is now like the forgotten one. Or at least, me personally, I would say it would have been the forgotten one if they didn't take it away. Sucks for Hades when you really think about it, because that was Hades' planet. All right, let's see. Least I respect you because you're upfront about your status, understanding, and able to communicate. No, I'm honored to hear that. And I've said it before. I've said it multiple times. Like, I feel like that's the number one thing when it comes to Arden is, what's it called? Communication. Speaking of communication, Ryu, do you mind if I work on your emote on stream? You know, the drive emote? Because I plan on working on that one. Well, obviously, I plan on working on that one. But, yeah, I wanted to run that one by you first. Not anymore? EA didn't get paid? Wait, what's this about EA didn't get paid? Alright, so we're going to take this entire image, we're going to shrink it down just a little bit, just enough to where Cam as a Corgi is going to be boom right in the dead center right there. And then we just have a, we're going to hide this for a minute. I said yes on that? Oh, okay, fair. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. Alright, we're going to work on that one. Also, which one do you prefer I work on first? Well, okay, we're going to work on the emote first and then or I could just work on the emote in the background. I don't know, I'll figure it out. All right, I need to readjust my my scheduling for the art streams. I need to figure out, because I need to find time for the big project for Ryu as well as the emote that they commissioned. We got a lot of things that we need to figure out. We'll figure it out along the way. Anyway, let's get rid of these eyes for a minute. Boom, all of that goes away. And then we're just going to toss Lampy over here. You know what? I got an idea. Because I want Lampy with a flamethrower. Yes, we're giving Lampy a flamethrower again. Why? Because the bakery. We're doing it's baking time. How do you bake? With fire. Yeah, and I guess gas and bread, but for most of the part, you gotta add a little bit of fire in there. So I got an idea. Gotta add Lampy right here in the background. We're gonna give them their classic flamethrower, which I need to add to this model in the future. We'll add it to the next add-on, or the next edition, along with eyebrows. No, wait, it's the plushie that needed eyebrows. We'll figure it out. All right, I'm going to bed. Or, okay, let's see. I'm going to head out. Good night, everyone. All right, there, Karibo. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good day, better tomorrow, and a great week. And Nebula, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Nebula. Folks, if you haven't checked out Nebula, I highly recommend that you do. They do a lot of the... They play a good variety of games. It's very, very chill. They play the Minecrafts. If I'm correct, they got into Power World. Really awesome stuff over there. And also, if you look at some of their emotes, they gave me the honor to work on some of their emotes, as well as their PNG model. And I think a few other projects. But yeah, it's been an honor. Always great. Not Power World? Wait, what game are you playing? I remember I saw you and Thunder playing a game recently. What game was it? This one's gonna drive me crazy. I could swear it was Power World. Hey, if it wasn't Power World, what game was it? Wait, was it just Minecraft then? I may have mistaken Power World for Minecraft. Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter. Okay, yeah, that was the one. I just remember that you and Thunder were playing the game and that there were creatures and a little bit of crafting. That's probably why I thought Power World for a second there. Who was playing Power World then? Because I know someone else who's been playing Power World recently. I've lost track of everything. I apologize, folks. I don't know nothing no more. It's tough keeping up. I could barely keep up with myself. Rekka did? Oh, Rekka's playing Power World? Wait, Rekka's playing Power World? Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay. Yeah, it's best the emote first, then the full art, though in hindsight, sorry for adding additional work, all because you didn't want to accept money. Do not apologize for that one. This one was on me. I said this more than anything else. And I'll be honest, I would take the commission again. I would prefer the commission again. For anyone wondering, if you'd like to support the channel, one good way you can do so is by commissioning me. If you got a project, anything 2D related, yeah, just there you go. If you ever have a 2D related project and you want to support the Lampy channel, why not kill two birds with one stone? Yeah, I said what I said, bird. What of it? I should give the bird a pecking pecking animation. Maybe in the future. Wait, why would I want to give them an animation that hurts myself? Comedic reasons. Yeah. Probably comedic reasons. Mustache shark? Ooh, mustache. The shark should have a mustache. Mustache shark. Once I've accumulated more money, I will. That's fair, that's fair. And I thank you greatly for that. I'd be very honored. Also, no pressure. Because I know there's a lot of situations where... things might not pan out the way folks would expect. Like, for example, I know one person that wanted to get a plushie commission from me a while back. Actually, I know a few people that wanted a plushie commission from me. Or a plushie model commission from me. But the cards weren't in their favor. And I hold no ill will towards them because that's just life. That's just business. Sometimes you want to pick up something, and then life decides to throw a curveball and say, yeah, you know that money that you wanted for that thing that you liked? Yeah, about that. You're going to need that for bills. Or a repair payment of some kind. Like, why are you doing this to me? I had so many plans. Too bad. And that's life for you. So, if things don't go too well, that's completely fair. Going through that right now? I'm sorry to hear that there, Nebula. I hope life I hope life takes its foot off the accelerator pedal soon. Because, yeah, that's a rough one. Actually, I know that feeling all too well right now. Like, I have plans for a lot of projects. And then, my brother takes my car out for, to drive to work. And they get hit with a fine because the car wasn't registered, because I didn't feel like registering my car and I had no intention of driving it. But since their car broke down, they needed a car to drive, so they drove mine. And now there's a fix-it ticket. Now, normally the fix-it ticket is just register your car and everything's good. No problems to be had. I haven't registered my car in 2 years. So the registration is about $450. And I'm just thinking, how much is the ticket? How much is the ticket? If the ticket is cheaper than the car, I'm thinking of paying the ticket instead. Because, I can't afford that and rent at the same time. And this month, I'm like, okay, I gotta focus on rent. I can't pay that car payment as well. All right, let's see. Me, a duck hearing killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, you and this bird, and then I'm golden. You know what I should do? Should just throw sharks. You know what? I need a stone. That should be my special attack. I mean, that's why birds are weak against rock attacks. 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah. I found the 2 birds. Now I just need to find a stone. Where's a stone around here? I don't have any rocks. Y'all win this round. For now. Alright. Is the chickens? Yeah. Oh no, Lampy. Oh, wait. Oh no, Lampy is switching to Team Butterfly. Wait, why did I say it? Or how did that come about? What's this about butterflies? However, I'm planning on going on a fun trip in June. Yo, nice. I'm wishing you the best of luck on that trip. Look out for tourist traps. Don't let them steal your money. Y'all got this. Alright, so now we need to continue drawing the Lampy. Let's put Lampy in the background over here. Put the antennae, 1 and 2. We got to add some flying in the background. Alright, idea. Shark in a crow suit or a crow in a shark suit? Crow in a shark suit, shark in a moth suit. Or just Crow and Moth in a shark suit. Ah. I just realized something I should do with this shark model. Hold on a second. Okay, later on this week, I need to make a video edit or something. I just realized the perfect opportunity. I need to write this down too. Because how did I miss this entire time? Multiple people said this. Okay, multiple people said this during the making of the shark. While I was making the shark model, multiple people just put A. Ryu was one of them. They just put A. And I'm like, why did I not make that edit yet? Also, where on earth is my pen? There it is. I'm gonna put this in the idea page. Drawing ideas? No. Model ideas? No. This one. Yeah, this. Shark model. Colon. A. Not even a capital A, just A. There we go. Oh, in quotations. Just A. I'm just going to also put in parentheses Gura. Gura. Just so I know what on earth all that means. Though, I'm pretty sure I'll know what that means just by putting that A right there, but you never know. And just for the sake of it, a second video edit where it's just, instead of that one, we're just going to put the whole friggin' scream. You know what? I forgot what it was called, but the scream meme. Old man yelling in the mountains. Old man mountain scream. I'm pretty sure I'll know what that means. Old Yeller? The Wilhelm scream? Not quite that one. Although now I'm just getting a bunch of ideas. Just edit all of these. The Goofy Holler. Did I just make a version of this where I just put a script? Or I know an easier way to work on this. I'm just gonna post the image and just yeah, I'm just gonna post the I got an idea. Okay, rewriting this entire idea. Okay, so new idea. Shark. I make a shark. And I basically just make a post where it just shows the shark just going like this. And then I tell people, add a sound to it, like basically add your own sound. What sound is the shark making? Post it in the comments, and then we see what we get from this. We'll see what sort of sounds they add to the shark while the shark's just going like. We'll see. We will see. Shark. Post. Comment. Bids. Of. Shark. Sound. Hopefully that makes sense tomorrow. Goofy movie shark? Maybe. I don't want to do a sound. Oh, let's see. I don't want to do the sound work. I know. I'll trick these bows. Okay, let's try to let me read this script right quick. I don't want to do the sound work. I know. I'll trick these bozos, I mean, dear viewers, to do them for me. Ha! How was that? Yo, Chaya. Oh my god, Chaya, you walked in. Trust me, there's context. There's context, Chaya. Nobody clip this out of context. Twitter's gonna have a field day with that. Also, speaking of a field day, folks, go check out Chaya. We're currently working on a live 2D model for them. It's gonna be great. What I missed, don't worry about it. Give this moth an Oscar. Thank you, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I would like to thank the many viewers that show up to my streams. I would also like to thank the devil. I apologize, that's a Family Guy joke. I heard that so wrong? Why? What'd I say? All right, let me see. So we got that, and then we're gonna add Lampy in the background. They're just shooting a flamethrower back here, just casually, just shooting them at cookies, but they're flying all over. Or yeah, the flame is going even further than that. Oh, live hit. Oh, no, live 2D model, 2D. I should probably emphasize those words more now. Now that I hear that, now that I see it, like, okay, saying live 2D model does not register right. Understandable. But have a nice day. I don't know why, but I want to see a little angel. Oh, a little devil angel Lampy now. To be fair, the angel would probably be the bird because the bird technically is a celestial, and Lampy is most likely being a little devil because, let's be honest, if you look at the comic, Lampy is the protagonist and the villain. Oh, there we go. The Lampy in the lore comic is a protagonist, but also the bad guy, if that makes any sense. Also, fun fact, folks, for those of you that may not know, protagonist does not mean the hero. Protagonist just means the main character. Your main character can still be a villain. Look at Dexter's Laboratory for a perfect example. Let me think. What other stories? Okay. Mobster, any story that involves a mobster, they have a protagonist, but they're not a hero. Like Scarface, perfect example. King of New York. Sons of Anarchy. Breaking Bad. Weeds. What's another one? Oh, Infinity War. You can't tell me that Thanos was not the main character of Infinity War. Oh, I know another one. We were actually talking about Star Wars not long ago. Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith is definitely one where you have a protagonist that is not the good guy. He is not the hero at all. And technically, if you really want to think about it, yeah, no, okay, just the Revenge of the Sith. I feel like the middle one, what was the middle one? Attack of the Clones? I think you could still technically count him as a hero. It's just that he's got some red flags. He's got some red flags, but I think in the first two movies you could count him as a hero. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't count him as a protagonist. I wouldn't count him as the protagonist in the second or the first movie. What's the first movie called again? I wouldn't consider him I wouldn't consider him the main protagonist in The Phantom Menace. I would consider him one of the protagonists. Yeah, I would consider him the main protagonist in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. But in Revenge of the Sith, he is by no means a hero. Yo, Firo Bun, welcome on in. How you be? Let's give a shout out to Firo. What were you up to? What were you playing? I hope things were going well. Go check them out. They're a bunny. If I'm correct, a cybernetic bunny? I'm not entirely certain if they're a cybernetic bunny, but I've seen their model. Looks really great. Really awesome stuff. Go check them out when you get the chance. Ooh, Lego Harry Potter. How was the Legos? I hope it went well. And everybody stopping by from Pharaoh Bun Stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We are currently working on a art piece for a Cam the Corgi. for a viewer redeem a long time ago. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding on running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We were talking about stories where the main character is not the hero, but still technically counts as a protagonist. If y'all know some stories where the protagonist is not the hero, feel free to let me know. Feel free to toss them into the chat. But yeah, how is everything going over there, Pharaoh Bun? And welcome on in there, Puma Kuma. Yo, nice name. Nice name. I like that one. We're gonna catch up with the reading right quick. All right, let me see. Yeah, true. Lampy has a devil on the shoulder. Oh, Lampy has a devil on the shoulder, and a bird is stuck in traffic. Yeah. Oh my god, I recognize that joke. I know exactly what joke that one's from there, Chaya. I know a classic Family Guy joke when I see it. Like, I forgot what the little devil said, but he's like, yeah, you should totally do it. And he's like, oh, that's what it was. Like, yeah, you should lie. Yeah, keep on lying until you get caught. Like, I don't know. Looks to the other side of the shoulder. Hey, where's the other guy? Cuts to traffic. Like, hey, come on, I gotta get to work. I love that. I miss classic Family Guy. I don't know. Or let's see. It means the problem. Whose problem anybody? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. Oh, let's see. I don't know, really. I just work here and don't get paid enough. Also very true. If my sister hears Star Wars... Oh, if my sister hears Star Wars, she is a Darth Vader fan. Oh, then yeah, there you go. Then they'll know all about the whole thing about Darth Vader, or, you know, Anakin being, for the last two movies, or at least the very last movie, not being the hero, but being the main character. Question. I know VIPs can't post links. Does clips also count as well? Nah, if it's a clip, feel free to post that clip as much as you like. It's just any other external link I would rather prefer someone ask, but clips, by all means, go ham. Do not worry. But thank you for asking, though. I greatly appreciate that. And yeah, I need to clarify that one later on in the future. I need to make that one more clear. I didn't think that through. Wait, something went wrong. What the? That should have worked. We were good. We made it to the second year in the game. Wait, the second year? Oh! Wait, let me see. Years 1 through 4. Yo, nice. You made it halfway through. That's pretty awesome. How have you been? I have been alright. I have been working on a lot of projects. I'm also very confused why this didn't work. Failed to determine content classification. What the? I don't understand. Also, thank you for the save. Oh, you're right. I haven't saved in forever. I haven't saved once. But yeah, I don't understand. There's something I gotta do on my end. Because the clip should have worked as fine. I mean, it worked before. Because I know Destroyer dropped a clip last time. But yeah, okay, so we'll figure what that's all about later. But yeah. Yeah, I've been good. I've been working on a lot of projects. I've been working on some animation stuff. The model is practically done. I just need to work on the animation setup. I just need to finish off the last setups for the animation stuff. But I've also taken some time to work on commissions first, so the model stuff might take a little bit more time because I still got commissions and an art trade to finish off, as well as some other projects. So though the model is practically done, I have to work on other things first. So I'm going to try to work on them from time to time, but I'm not, it might take a little bit more setup than I had anticipated. Mostly because of the troubleshooting, because chances are there's going to be a lot of troubleshooting when it comes to that model. No problem. I know I may be a pain in the neck, but at least don't want to cross any lines with you. That's fair, and I respect that, and I thank you for that one there. But yeah, I apologize. That clip should have worked. I don't know why it didn't. I'll find out. Yeah. You know what? Tell you what, Ryu. If you would like, post the clip in the Discord, and I will see what that's all about. I apologize on that, because I know I didn't set anything up to where, yeah, I know I didn't put any locks on VIPs from posting clips. So that should have went through. That's why I'm confused. Take as much time as you need. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Wait, also I forgot. I don't know if I said this part, but for anyone who's rated in, actually this applies to everybody who's been here since the beginning. Streams are fun, but they also take a lot of energy. So if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Now, yeah, in the meantime, we're going to add more drawing to the Lampy. Also, I'm thinking, okay, so for this Sunday, normally I would play video games on Sunday, but considering all the work that I got to do, I might just slow that part down as well and just, I might take this Sunday just to do some more of the arting. Because, don't get me wrong, I like to play the games. I like Inscription. I wanted to really play Bloodborne before... whatchamacallit ended. The Return to Yharnam event. For those of you that don't know what the Return to Yharnam event is, it's basically since it's been 10 years since Bloodborne has dropped, there was this event where everybody who played Bloodborne would start it up again, brand new character, start from beginning to end, invade the new players, help new players that joined in on the game. You know, all of that sort of nonsense. And I kind of wanted to join in. The only problem was I just finished Bloodborne like not long ago. I want to say it was like 2 months ago. In February, I finished Bloodborne. So for me to go back to it this early April, you could see why jumping back into Bloodborne so soon, especially if I tried to stream it, would feel a little stale, if that makes any sense. I could be wrong, though. Who knows? Maybe people are looking at it like, I know you just finished Bloodborne, but I'd watch it again. I don't know if anybody would, but, I mean, honestly, yeah, I don't know. Yo, Fallen, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Fallen, folks. If you haven't checked out Fallen, I highly recommend that you do. Their model art was drawn by them. They've done some amazing art. Also, if you saw the Elden Ring stream yesterday, and you saw that weird little gremlin with the teeth, the weird little Lampy PNG with the teeth, that was drawn by Fallen, and it was some amazing work. I love that little gremlin. I love that little weirdo. It looked amazing. And so, yeah, folks, you should go check out Fallen. How was the movie night? Worst part was, I saw that movie night was happening, and I looked at the time, and I was like, oh, I'm missing out on movie night. I was missing out on movie night on Gargantua 1. Yeah, I kind of started binging some clips of Venture Bros. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. But anyway, I saw that. I was like, no. But yeah, folks, go check out Fallen. Really amazing people. Really great stuff. Also, they gave me the honor to rig their model. Also, speaking of which, next year, folks, or maybe, yeah, next year, maybe maybe earlier. You never know. Fallen's got some big plans. I can't say what they are, but they got some big plans. Look forward to those. You want to find out what those big plans are? Go follow Fallen and keep up with their journey. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Yes. Big things. Yes. Yes, indeed. Hey, if you need a break from rigging and drawing, they would understand. You need the rest. Oh, you need to rest your artist's wrists from time to time. That's fair. That's fair. Glad I came in then? Yeah. Because imagine if the PC crashed on me. That would be a whole lot of work just lost in the distance. All right. Take as much time as you need. Thank you there, Chaya. I greatly appreciate your understanding. It was good. Nice, nice, nice. We welcome any of your content. I greatly appreciate that. I still might leave Bloodborne alone for this run, though. Which sucks, because there is one kind of project I did want to try out on Bloodborne. There was this one... Okay, so I saw Dark Virith playing a game. I forgot what the name of the game was called, but I saw them playing a game that was very similar to Lies of P, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, all of that stuff. And they went up against this one boss. Had a top hat, had a really nice coat, really nice suit, and they beat up, they fought with a cane and playing cards. Who else plays cards and used a cane? That's right, Lampy did. And so the first thing I thought was, I want to make that character. I want to build a character very similar to that. I want to go into Bloodborne throwing playing cards and beating people up with a cane. Again. So I really wanted to jump into Bloodborne just one more time, just to build that character, just to build that role. But yeah, I still got other things to take care of. I'll take care of those other things, then come back to Bloodborne just to build that build. Because I want to throw some playing cards. Granted, you don't have playing cards in Bloodborne, but you do have something very, very similar. I got an idea of an item that's very similar, so I'm gonna try that one. Gonna try that Bloodborne build later down the road. See, you at least have throwing knives. And though those throwing knives don't do a lot of damage, when you throw them, it's kind of like throwing a playing card. So I'm gonna try that idea. Also, let me shut off this earphone. Let me go find a pencil or something to push that button. Oh, I accidentally paused the music. Give me a second right there. Why did it not shut off? Shut off, you thingy. Give me a second there. Let me go get that pen. We're gonna shut off this earphone one way or another. But yeah, let me see. Thank you for the hydrate there, Chai. I greatly appreciate it. Turn off. Turn off. Turn off. This thing should have turned off by now. Just hold that button for a minute. 3, 2. There we go. It turned off. Finally. All right, let me see. I keep telling Fallen to rest her wrists, and she doesn't listen. Honestly, I know that feeling. Sorry, but how's the art? Do not apologize. Again, when it comes to raids, streams are fun, but they take a lot of energy. So you take care of what you got to take care of, and that applies to everybody here. The only obligation is to respect the streamer, respect each other, and I, as the streamer, will do the same for you. But yeah, what was I talking about? I almost started drawing on the tablet with an actual pen. That would have been bad. But yeah, the art's been going pretty well. We got the Corgi. I just need to add a couple more details to Cam the Corgi over here, because I haven't given him his hair. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Cam the Corgi, like I said, he's an anthropomorphic Corgi design, so he's also got hair. We need to add that hair. I just haven't added that part yet. I decided, you know what? Let's just have Lampy in the background setting fire to cookies. Yeah. But yeah, let me see. Anytime, Lampy Boss, sir? Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. All right. And you know what? That's very respectable there, Chaya. Always keeping an eye on folks. Wishing, or yeah, hoping for the best of them. Or, you know, hoping for the best for them. That's always awesome. That is very commendable. But yeah, this is how the Arton's going so far on my end. How about yourself there, Fallen? How is the Arton? I know you do some arts and stuff. I hope it's going well. I hope it's going good. Which also reminds me. Okay, so I also, a quick update there, Fallen. I added more. Okay, so I added the price for the mask shattering or the mask cracking. I just got to add the price to the hair and, well, everything else. I'm working my way through it little by little. Don't you worry. I need to finish off the hair pricing and the reasoning behind all of that tomorrow. That's what I'm going to try to do tomorrow. Add a little bit of add a little candle here. Although that candle isn't going to stick around for very long, because what we need to do next is put that part, that little circle, because this is where the spray comes out. And then that spray becomes a flame, and it just bursts out into every other direction. And this is where we're going to add a lot of the fire. And Cam ain't going to see that fire's going on there yet. They're just, they're whisking away, because you know what? Oh, you know what this could be? Flash baking. What's flash baking? Well, I'm so glad you asked, viewer, that doesn't exist. So flash baking is going to be essentially where there's no time to cook there's no time for these cookies to bake. So since, you know, they got to be out the door yesterday. So instead of waiting several minutes for the cookies to bake properly, we're just going to hit them with a flamethrower. Speed run cookie baking. That is the game plan. The only thing is, Cam doesn't know that part yet. They're gonna be whisking away like, all right, we're almost there, we're almost there. They turn around, the other half, the back of their kitchen is on fire. Like, that's the game plan. Like, what are you doing? Speed running. These cookies needed to be done right now. I got the perfect idea. There we go. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Give them their hair and write... Oh, give them their hair and write... Brother Edward. Oh my god, I love it. Hold on a minute. Where's... Okay, let me put a new layer right quick. There's their hair. And I'm so sending this to them too. I'm definitely sending them this image. Once I put the hair, yeah, hold on a minute. Okay, now we just put the giant bubble. This is amazing. Great job there, Ryu. And this is why Ryu is the unofficial mod. Okay. Let me see. Let me try to catch up with some things. Oh god, why Ryu? Why? Yeah, if anyone asks, blame Ryu. If anyone looks at this like, Lampy, why on earth would you do this? What? Ryu's idea. Okay, let me see. I would laugh if there was a username that... Oh, if there was a username like that. This user doesn't exist. You know what? That would actually be a great idea. Someone get on that name. If no one else does, I'm getting on that name. I'm gonna steal that name. Just be user. This user doesn't exist. I didn't know, but again, why? Oh god, I'll get the first aid kit for you, Lampy. Thank you. Hey, you acknowledged my unofficial mod status. Yes, because that means you're never going to be a mod. Why? Because I think it's funny. I think it's gone full circle. Because I remember the first time it was like, we'll make Ryu a mod. Because I think it's funny. And then Ryu was like, I don't want to be a mod. And now, eventually, Ryu started looking at like, I should be a mod. I'm Lampy's unofficial mod. And now it's gotten to the point where it finally, the roles have reversed. Where it's like, I should keep Ryu as not a mod. Because I think it's funny. Unless this was Ryu's plan all along, then I should make them an official mod. Decisions. Am I being played? Or am I about to be played? Oh well. I'll figure that out later down the road. Now, what on earth was I trying to do again? They're doing a reverse psychology on you. They might be. Oh well, I'll figure that out later. For right now, we gotta make Cam the Corgi over here. And let me go find one other part. I need to remember something. Full metal. Okay, honestly, I was gonna try to find out what Alphonse looks like and try to make Lampy look like that, but considering the fire, I know another one that would work a lot better for this. Just gonna put this right here. We're gonna add Snap. We're just gonna give him the that coat thing, whatever it is. Give him the suit, give him the collar. There we go. Yeah, close enough. Yeah, I want to say that's close enough. Perfect. I was gonna try to make him look like Edward or Alphonse, and then I thought, wait a minute, fire? Okay, he's got to be Mustang. He's got to be Mustang now. There we go, perfect. Mayhaps. No one knows, not even me. Also very true. I could believe that. There we go. We just basically turned this whole baking fiasco into Full Metal Alchemist now. I absolutely love it. We just got the cursed meme, and we got Colonel Mustang in the background. Absolutely fantastic. All right, we're gonna hide that layer now. We got to get rid of that. Back to the original stuff. No, that was fun though. That was fun. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm also gonna send it to Cam later. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna show them the original, and then just do the usual. I'm gonna show them the original. Tell them, okay, so this is what I have so far. Let me know what you think. Let me know what needs to be changed and all of that. And then if they tell me, okay, so we need to change this, that, here, and there, or if they say everything looks good, then I'm just going to tell them, all right, fantastic. By the way, I also have this version. If, I just want your opinion on this version too. Would you like this one as well? Because honestly, this is also an option if you prefer. They're gonna probably say, you know what? Throw the entire project out. I don't want it anymore. I'm gonna find out. Honestly, actually, in all seriousness, I think they're just gonna throw me some Full Metal Alchemist memes after this. Like, I'm gonna show them this, and then I'm gonna get bombarded by Full Metal Alchemist memes for the next week. Alright, let's see. Who knows? Why do I feel like Lampy is saying that day... Oh, that day, all female officers will be required to wear tiny miniskirts. I forgot that Mustang says that line. Okay, Lampy can't be Mustang anymore. Okay, goodbye, Mustang. We're just gonna make them Alphons again. Boom. Armor? Helmet? How's Alphonse's armor look again? Let me go find out. I think it's just like a little pointed spot up there. I don't remember what his armor looks like anymore. This is why they simplified his armor whenever every chance they got. Oh, okay, I see where it is now. The armor was a little... Or I put that in the completely wrong spot. The armor's supposed to be, like, here. And then they got this part of the piece. There we go, close enough. Oh, and then Lampy's got a chin coming down here, so... Now they just look like a pharaoh. There we go, close enough. Or, you know what? There we go. Perfect. Just like when they simplified the design. Problem solved. I got you. That's fair, that's fair. There we go. Just to switch them out fonts. There we go. Close enough. Alright, sent a pic to you? Oh, let me see. Also, thank you there, Chai. I greatly appreciate it. Ah, there's the image. Okay, thank you very much. I was also thinking of just drawing Lampy as Edward himself, but I usually don't get mad about height. Or the lack thereof. Again, it's in my description. Size of a football. So it'd be really weird of me to be saying like, hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth, and then get mad when people say I'm short. People call me, like most other people, you call them short, they're like, hey, I'm not short, I'm at this height. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty short. Ah, whatever, yada, rada, rada, rada. Me, like, someone says like, ha, Lampy, you're short. Well, no, duh, what do you think the size of a football is? Anything to show my support to my bug father. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. Not gonna lie, I see you more like Scar. I think that's how the scar went, something along those lines. It was like a giant X around over his nose. Also, why Scar in particular? I'm okay with that, but out of curiosity. Yeah, instead of Godfather, it's Bugfather. You know what? I'll take it. I'll roll with it. Alright, so now that we got this part done, we're going to get back to the main project. We're going to get back to the main drawing again. So now that we actually got everything else ready, what we can do next is go to the... Also, I'm very honored for that title there, Try. I greatly appreciate that. So, now we actually... Funny enough, we actually do have to give Cam their hair. So, we actually have to, you know, put the Cam the Corgi hair. We actually have to do the Edward thing. So, let me find that right quick. It's around here somewhere. You know, funny thing is, while looking for Cam the Corgi stuff, I looked at the model stuff for the reveal, and I realized 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9. Yeah, 14. You want to know what that number is? The number of live 2D animations for the Birds model alone. 14 of them were made for this one project. And I haven't even mentioned the number of animations that I put for the Lampy car POV. Or the Lampy mech POV. Let me go find that right quick. Lampy Drive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So put that 5 on top of 14. That's a total of 19 animations. Yeah. Yeah, I may have overdone it. I may have overdone it. Oh yeah, and then there's 3 more animations for another part that I didn't talk about. Technically 4 more animations. So a grand total of, like, what? 22? 23? 23 animations for this whole project. So you can see why this has been taking forever and why I need to stop. Because there was like one other part that I thought about, like, what if I added this? That would be so cool. And I'm like, I need to stop. I need to cease. I need to end this project already before I need to end this project. I just need to end this project before it's too late. Because if I don't stop, no one's ever going to see the work that I'm doing, because I'm going to croak before I ever finish if I don't stop. So it's time to stop. Now let me go find the Cam with the Corgi stuff. Cam, there it is. Yeah, you know what? We're going to go with this image. This image right here was from a comic that Cam commissioned me to do a long, long time ago. It was a 5-page comic. And we're just basically just dropping the last one. And yes, that is a picture of a Corgi butt for they legitimately called their cafe the Corgi Butt Cafe. So in case you're wondering, like, Lampy, what's with the Corgi butt? That's their idea. You want to find out more about it? Go check out Cam. All right, Lampy, I hope you have an amazing night. I'm asleep now. Good night. All right there, Fallen, you go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good day, better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. And again, I thank you greatly for the raid. And I hope things, yeah, and I hope you, yeah, I basically hope you have like a great everything. You deserve it. Right, I'm not supposed to be looking at Lampy's. Oh, right, I also forgot to mention. So this project, this was okay, so this is just one page. And let me tell you, they went all out on the request of the details. They wanted to make sure this one was immaculate. So they, even for like one part of the comic page, they were like, okay, I want all the stuff. So you can definitely tell, hey, they paid a good amount for this one. Thank you for the crab rave, or yeah, thank you for the crab rave there, Glass Shark, and welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. But yeah, they asked for a lot of details, like on the cupcakes, or they asked for a lot of detail on the background, like they asked for bread, they asked for more bread, they asked for cookies, cakes, cupcakes, all sorts of breads, ingredients in the background. They made sure that that one page, like that one page, had all the stops. Okay, so anyway, we need to get to the cam here. There it is. We also need to put that image. We also need to give this part of give them a bit of a corgi nose. A little more of a corgi nose. There we go, close enough. Love the Lampy salute. Yo, thank you, I greatly appreciate that. Where is that Lampy salute there? There we go. Speaking of which, if I'm correct, I also have that here too. If I'm correct, it was these two? Right, I also need to hide that for a second. It wasn't those two. It was Alt-Shift-S. There we go. Because of that, we also added the salute to the model itself. Check it out. Oh wait, the gun's been there forever. We could take the gun down again. Nice. Thank you. Alright, let me see. Now, let me figure out... What was I doing again? Okay, so we got that part. What I wanted to get next was the hair just right. So, let me see. So it's a 3-part there. 1, 2, 3. Let's start with that part first. So it's little hair. Big hair. Other part of hair. Right around there. We put that. And since this is a sketch, we don't need to sweat it too much. We just need to get the paper on, or we just need to get the idea on paper is all. Which also, by the way, for those of you that may not know, yes, Lampy also does comic commissions. If you ever had any reason to have a comic made for yourself, you can commission me to make a comic for you. If you feel like you need a comic for any possible reason. I will tell you though, comics do take a good while. So depending on the detail that you want, or yeah, depending on all the details that you want in your comic, and depending on how many pages you want, it could get kind of pricey. But if it's like 2 or 3 panels, or 4 or 5 panels, I don't think it'll take too much. Or I don't think it would be too much effort if it's like 4 or 5 panels. But yeah, if it's like a lot of freaking panels, then yeah. For example, like I mentioned before, like if it was like this, where it was 5 of these, yeah, that one gets pretty pricey. Okay, so now that we actually got that part of the hair done, let's double check on this part. So next step is 1 loop, 3, and 3. But since there's going to be a lot more action, more dynamics, let's try to figure that part out. Since there's a lot of whisking, there's probably going to be a circular motion here. So let's put this direction and have the hair flowing upwards. So 1, and 2, and 3. Have it go that way. All right, let's see. I already have an idea for a comic, but I need to save first and get what I need, get what I need done first. That is completely fair, and that is honestly reasonable. And I thank you for the consideration for the comic, by the way. I greatly appreciate that. Also, if you would like to see more, yeah, actually, okay, so funny enough, there's actually, how do I put this? So, if you look at the lore page, which is, if you look at the lore site, which is exclamation point lore, you'll actually see the you'll see the development over time, and you'll see the quality development over time. And that quality development will actually show the number of options that you have for your comic. If you want a really simple comic design, very simple rendering, and almost looks a little scuffed, that would be the early pages. If you want something that has a whole lot more detail and a lot more dynamic and, you know, honestly cleaner. Actually, let me see right quick. Is the last pages more clean? Let me find out right quick. Because I feel like the last pages were a lot cleaner, but I could be wrong. I may have looked at those last pages and just decided to go something similar. Let me see. Next page. No, I actually want to say that the second set was actually a lot cleaner. Now that I'm looking at it. In comparison to what it used to be. Or yeah, in comparison to what the first page was. Yeah, the later ones were definitely, the later ones are definitely a lot cleaner. Maid outfit lore when? Half past never. Tell you what. You know what? No, I shouldn't do this. No, I shouldn't do that. I'm worried about that, because every time I try to do this, it fails miserably. I was going to be like, you know what? You want maid stuff? I'll give you the option for maid stuff. And then I give the option, and then you folks actually reach that goal. And then I'm like, well, that's egg on my face now, isn't it? But tell you what, just as before, same for the lore. We just gotta give you, I'll give you folks an opportunity to add the Lampy Maid to the comic. But I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it for free. Was about to speed dial Scott. Hey, hold on a minute. Wait. We can talk about this. We don't need to bring Scott into this. We don't need to. Nah, you know what? Nah. We don't need to go down that road. I'm also worried about that. I have a strong feeling that when Scott gets back from their vacation, they're going to be like, hey, Lampy, and then they're just going to drop a bucket of money right there. I'm like, you went on vacation, save. I already have a bet with Fallen. If I reach a certain goal, I have to get and wear a maid outfit. Folks, see, you want maid outfit? Go bug Chaya. Yes, I'm gonna deflect this right now. Folks, you should follow Chaya. What's the goal, by the way? What's the goal? Excuse me? What? No, I didn't say anything. What's the goal, by the way? What's the stipulation? I don't know. Maybe we can help. You know what? I'm gonna go talk to Fallen later. If I reach 1.5k followers, I see. Well, folks, you heard them. Folks, you know where you need to go. I saw that. What? Nah, I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's get back to the drawing at hand. I gotta take care of this art. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. That's what I should be doing. I should just be working on this art project, as I didn't do anything else. That's about it. Just followed Chaya under cult leader. Hey, wait. What cult leader orders? You little bugger. Okay, I know why Automod hit that, mostly because if I'm correct, that's a British thing. I'll be honest, Automod hits the weirdest of things. Okay, not all the time. There's one time where I know one time where Automod hit every message I said, mostly because the word ads were in it. Even though I was talking about being in ad jail, they were like, Automod hit your message. We don't trust your words. Why? Because you put me in an ad? That you can't say ads. You're the ones that are posting them, or you're the ones advertising. Like, you're the ones leaving me stuck here. It's not my fault. Like, get me out of ads. I'm sorry, you can't say that word. Which part? Get me out or ads? Mod bots be weird at times. They are. Love you too, Lampy. Thank you. But yeah, you're awesome too. Try and never forget it. All right, we're gonna toss this hair over here, and then we're gonna toss this section of the hair over there. Really show that they're really whisking away. Although I also realized they're not wearing a hairnet, and their face is like right next to the bowl. So, you know what? But the maid outfit will be, well, IRL. Oh, I thought it was for your character design. Oh, I see. I understand now. I thought it was like gonna be a PNG or something. Well, wishing you the best of luck. You got this. That also reminds me, I'm so glad that people stopped asking for like a maid outfit for the Lampy plushies. That one, people were bugging about that one for a good while. So what you're saying is we need Lampy in an IRL maid outfit. We do not need that. Why did anybody fall for that? It's Trash Panda. Welcome on in there, Trash Panda. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Like, don't follow me, follow Chaya. They're the ones that are supposed to reach the goal. But by the way, you're a Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We're just currently just drawing a Corgi. Whisking some cookies. Or whisking some cookie dough. I'm good, other than having to take my husband to the hospital. Oh, dang. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's not, I hope it's not life-threatening, or I hope it's not too serious. Because, yeah, that's a... He broke his hand? Oh, yeesh. Okay, on one hand... Okay, no pun intended, I apologize, wrong. Let me choose my words better. I am glad that it's not life-threatening, but still, that is an unfortunate circumstance. That is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I hope they, I hope he recovers soon. And I hope the bill isn't too pricey. And I'm also glad that he'll be fine. Alright, let's see. Lampy wants to know, was it the right or left hand he broke? I did not ask questions. Don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that. But since we're on the topic, was it the left or the right hand? I apologize. Also, I would like to say that no pressure. If there's ever a question that I or someone else asks, please, I want you to know that you have no obligation to answer any question. There are no obligations that when it comes to this stream other than respect the streamer, respect each other, and I will do the same for all of you. So yeah, if there's ever a time where you're like, I don't feel comfortable answering that question, just let me or anyone else know, and we'll respect that. All right, let me see. Right hand, which is also his dominant hand. Ooh, sorry to hear that. That's a rough situation right there. Comfy moth hours, and also welcome on in there, Dommy Mothy. I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well. Yeah, I'm just helping out here, Bugfather. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Ouch. Yeah. On the other hand, I think that counts for... Wait, I think workman's comp only counts if you get hurt on the job. I mean, if you get hurt on the job, or hopefully... Well, not hopefully, but... I mean, if they got hurt on the job, that's going to be a lot easier on them. If not, well, they at least have a few days off. If they're retired already, then, well, at least they don't have to worry about work. I'm just trying to look for some silver linings here is all. Night goes well, and likewise to you. Yeah, so far so good, and I'm glad to hear that the night is going well for you. And yeah, we're just currently working on a lot of projects here. We're currently working on some, I'm finally finishing off the viewer redeems that I've been meaning to work on for quite some time. Because, yeah, they had accumulated, and I have been lacking on finishing those off. And because of that, I decided I'm going to basically not add any future stuff until we finish this. Because, yeah, if I've learned one thing, and I said it during the early time of the stream, it's to know when to not add more to your plate. Work on what you have, finish everything off, or basically just work on what you have right now and don't add more to it. Like if someone shows up and is like, although to be fair, I will say, when it comes to commissions, I will still take a couple more commissions, but I know when to stop. Like if someone shows up like, hey, so I got an idea, can you work on this? I will, if I have too many, I will let them know, like, yeah, I'm a little swamped, but I can shoot for this time if that works for you. Luckily, I still have at least 2 more commission slots, so if someone does pop up out of nowhere, I'm like, yeah, I got 2 more spots for it, or yeah, I got 2 more spots left, what you need? Unless they're live 2D models, like, I'll definitely say, if someone shows up with like 3, or yeah, I end up with like 3 live 2D models, then I'm just shutting everything down for the next couple of months and being like, all right, well, if they, you know, how do I put it? Me personally, like, one example, there we go. This is a perfect example right here. Like, if 3 people show up and they say, hey, I need a live 2D model right now, and they pay the half off the bat right then and there, then I'm shutting everything down and just telling everybody, all right, I'll be gone for the next 2, maybe 3 months. I'll see y'all later. Well, I would still stream, but for the most part, everything else is in the... There would be no more commissions for a while. All right, let's see. Our hope was for him to go back to the army this month, but that's put off now. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully there's hopefully next month though. Y'all got this. I hope that helps out. Yeah. In other words, work on stuff that you need before working on stuff that you want. Do the need before the want. Yeah, basically. I tell my artistic friends who I commission to take as much time as you need, no rush. And I greatly appreciate that. And I greatly appreciate that. Because, honestly, we ourselves already stress ourselves out as it is. But, as I've said many times before, we should also be held accountable if we're not doing any other work. If we give no communication and we show no progress, we should be called out for that. Under normal circumstances, anyway. Because I know there are some rare circumstances, some rare occasions where it's like, you know, for one example, like layaways or at layaway projects or other things like that, where there might be certain circumstances why someone may not be going ham on it, or making it how do I put it? Well, it might take a bit longer than most. But if it's not but if it's not like that, or if communication wasn't had, especially if there's no communication, that is the #1 priority. If there's no communication at all whatsoever, then it's time to take action. There we go. You guys are mostly taking care of other commissions, IRL jobs, and other important stuff. True, true, true. Wait, am I doing this part right? Okay, so I'm thinking have the hair move up a little bit higher here. Have the hair go a little more over there. And there we go. Have that hair go over there. And something a little more like that. Thank you for the save there, Chai, by the way. I greatly appreciate that. And I think this should be okay. Also, the stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Yeah. And let me see. Okay, so we got the cam hair. Let me see one last part over here. Let's see. I have the other side of the hair. Okay, so the other side of the hair is actually short. We actually need to work on that part. Just a little bit. So drag this whole thing across like so. Go to this section. Add that little strand of hair right there. Add that part of the hair over there. Add this ear. Add just a little more of a... Yeah, just add a little more... A little bit of fuzz of hair down there. Wait, let me rephrase that. Just a... Let's just add some short hair to the back of the Corgi's cranium, if you will. Hydrate? Thank you for the hydrate there, Ryu. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, speaking of which, almost forgot. Yo, so, speaking of which, I forgot. Chaya, I should have some I should have some moving results on your model for you this coming month. As I mentioned last time, this coming month, there should be some live 2D results real soon. Anyways, I'm going to try to get some sleep if I can. I may work on some more art. Hope you have a wonderful stream, Bugfather. All right, you go get that rest there, Chaya. And thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night, better tomorrow, and a great week. Speaking of which, I also need to, well, right now it's about 11, but I'm going to stick around till 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. Once 12 a.m. rolls around, I'm going to call it the end of the stream. Because we'll work on the background later. I think this is a good spot here for the... oh wait, actually, I kind of want to take this part back a little bit. But before we do that, let's make this part of the hair just a little bit shorter. Take that part, put that there. Now that we got all of that, erase the extra parts or the excessive lines. There we go. Now, let's take everything we have, merge it down, reduce the opacity so we can finally start working on the lines. I may have simplified the design just a wee bit, but I also wanted to put some dynamics in there. And I thought, you know what? Why not make Cam a Corgi? Why not make a Corgi version of Cam? I mean, Cam is already a Corgi, but why not turn him into a Corgi? We'll also add that little. We're also going to add that little pendant, maybe the fluff scuff, if we can. I don't think we really have the dynamics to put some fluff scuff. So I think this might work for now. All right, let me try to catch up some things. Oh, right, and the save. I forgot to do that. Let me save. Nice. And again, take as much time as you need. since I am still in the moving process. Ah, fair, fair, fair. Anyways, night again. All right, you go get that rest. Thank you for stopping by. You take care now there, buddy. And I hope the move goes well. All right, along with that, let me see. Now it's time for the line art. Let me see. How many lines do we have here? Let's bring it down to at least 20. Or you know what? Let's put the line size to 30. And let's start that line art process. On a different layer. We're going to call this Cam for this line art. Now for this part of the lines, we're just going to have it get thinner and thinner as we make these shapes. We're just going to go across. We're just going to start with lines for the moment. Just make all these little lines for the ears, just to make the fluff. Just to make some scuffy little fluff. And let them just get thinner, which means put less pressure on your tablet or your pencil, whichever one it is. Just put a little less pressure as it gets further to the end. Once we got that part done, we go back to the bottom here and just connect it to this side. Boom, like so. Oh, right. Also, when you do that, don't pick the end point when you're making that bottom line. Okay, this is where the end point is. We don't want to start there. We want to start just a little bit closer to the outer, a little bit closer to the outside of the line, like here. Never at the end point, never at the end. Let's start just a little bit before the end. And then boom, line it up. There we go. Same thing with this one. Line it up. Perfect. And if you think that that's not quite right, you can always take the top line, make it go out just a little bit further. Like so. Or the bottom line, either one of the two work. You can even get your eraser to erase certain parts if you feel like the lines are going a little too far out. I think I'll do that right now, as a matter of fact, for the top half of the lines. There we go, perfect. However, with this situation, it might get a little tricky. Because we'll end up with a weird shape like that. And I'm actually looking at the hair, and I'm feeling like that might be a little too spiky. A little too scruffy. We're actually going to take all of that away. We're going to try this again. And instead of adding the lines, honestly, you just add the bigger lines if you're making a... What's the word I'm looking for? If you're going to make very long, scruffy hair, that's when you go with the line decision that we made last time. But if you're making very, very short, scruffy hair, Jesus, that gave me a jump scare in all honesty. Welcome on in there, Cam. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Folks, this is the person we're making this artwork for. And of all the emotes to drop too, why that one? Thank you for the giant emote, by the way there, Cam. I greatly appreciate it. Well, since you decided to do that, I'm going to show you something that I've been working on. Hold on a minute. This is what I got for the project right now. Let me move this out of the way. Basically, it's you as a corgi whisking away frantically at some cookie dough, and Lampy over here is about to flash bake those cookies. And in my headcanon, you may or may not know that I'm flash baking the cookies. You're just too busy whisking away at mixing the cookie dough. Also, while working on the hair, a certain somebody realized a particular joke. Hey, look, you got me with that emote. I get you with this image. Also, thank you for the giant emote. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the other giant emote. I greatly appreciate it. Don't worry. I mean, okay, you know what's funny? I was actually talking about it earlier about how I was gonna send you this one. Hold up. I was gonna send you this one and ask you what you thought. And depending on how you answered, I was also, or yeah, regardless of how you answered, whether it was I need this change or that change or here or there, I was gonna toss this one at you too and just let you know, like, we also have this option if you like. I don't know, just throwing that one out there. Also, Maven, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Lampy. Yeah, basically. But yeah, that would have been an option too. All right, back to the project at hand. Yeah, nice. Welcome on in. Also, we need to give a shout out to Cam the Corgi. This is the person we're making the artwork for, and this was also, I mentioned this before, but they were very generous of giving me the honor to work on that comic book project of theirs. It was a big project, let me tell you. This one was a huge project, but it was pretty fun, and I like how the comic came out. I like the story. For those of you who don't know what the story was, essentially it was basically a Lampy bumps into, or yeah, crashes into their window. And when I say crashes, I don't mean crashes through. I mean crashes into it, hits the ground. You know what? I should just probably show the entire comic now that I think about it. Give me a second. Let me just go get all the pages since I'm here. I just thought about it right now. Like, why tell you when I could just show the whole thing right here? So essentially, yeah, if you just look here, yeah, this is basically the comic. And yes, their cafe is called Corgi Butt Cafe. And like I said, this is what I meant by crashing into their window. That's the first part. And they made sure to go all out on the details of the comic, because they made sure they wanted everything. They wanted the stuff in the background, they wanted the pastries like I was mentioning before. They wanted the details on the chair. And then page 2 had a lot. Page 2 had a lot going on. Oh, right. Also, that was also the first time that Cam found out about, so, funny enough, while Cam was asking about this, project, they asked, like, so, how would Lampy eat food? Would they just start nibbling on the food or something like that? I'm expecting them to nibble on the food. I'm like, yeah, about nibbling on food. Yeah, that's gonna be a difficult one to accomplish there, considering the design of Lampy's face or Lampy's anatomy. I don't know if nibbling would be the word you would put when it comes to food. It's kind of more like just tossing something into a trash can is more like it. And so yeah, basically the next comic, Cam showing a Lampy, some hospitality, all of that stuff. And then third page, sending at the end of the day, after everything is done, it's time to close up shop, send Lampy on its way. And then we got some sinister characters over here just waiting for Cam to leave their cafe. What are those sinister characters up to? We're gonna find out in the next page. Turns out they were planning on breaking in, all of that sort of crazy stuff. What were they gonna steal? Who knows? But then they just hear a weird They hear a weird sound. What's that sound? Well, it turns out there's a little glowing light in the background. What's that little glowing light there? I think it's going to be pretty obvious once you just start hearing more of them sounds. Multiple eyes. Only to find out it's a bunch of lampies. And they also may or may not have spotted something. Okay, to be fair, Cam didn't want, or yeah, Cam didn't bring up this part. When I say didn't want, it's more so that they didn't mention this part, but considering how lampies are and how they're a bit of kleptomaniacs, I basically pitched this idea to Cam, like, so lampies like to steal, you know? And since you designed them to have a lot of gold, I thought, I don't know if a lampy would see all that gold and pass up such an opportunity. That's why you see them nodding and discussing before they go in for the charge. And then lo and behold, we go back to the last page, and that's why you see, one. Okay, to be fair, this was Cam's idea about the paintballs. I rolled with it. I was like, right. There's paintballs in the guns. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally what's in the shotgun. If anyone asks, it's paintballs. Yeah, they're non-lethal gun. Totally. Absolutely. Totally isn't a gun that sends your sorry butt to Skyrim. No. What? I don't know where you got that idea. Well, anyway, you see the end result of how that turned out with the lampies seeing those gold stuff on them. And, well, yeah. I just like that. I just wanted that added touch of, you know, hey now, don't want to get not safe for work with floury ketchup. True. You make a good point. And then there we go. End of the conclusion. Or conclusion of the story. That was a fun one to make. It was a lot of work, let me tell you. They made sure, like, oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of work going into this project. It was definitely well worth it. And I think, yeah, I want to say this came out pretty well. But good lord, that was a lot of work. But it was a very welcomed project nonetheless. And if I had to do it again, I would. All right, let me see. We'll try to catch up some things. Yeah, now there's an official figure recently released of Sho and Tina Tucker. Oh no, they made a figure. Did they make the Chimera figure is what I really want to know now. Like, actually, wait, if I'm correct, I remember that one. I remember they made an official figure of those two. Now, did they make the Chimera? It was fun spitballing the plot. I agree. It was worth the extra monies, and I greatly appreciate that. Yes, throw all the monies at Lampy. No, save your money. Uh-oh. Yeah. They did. Nice. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I wanted. Like, did they make the Chimera version? Fantastic. That's all I needed to see. Alright, that's all I needed to hear about. So long as they made that part, I'm happy. We're also going to increase the size of the lines a little bit because I think I'm actually going to make these lines a little bit, you know, I think I'm going to put a little more weight, a little more heft to this, to the outline. Make it stand out just a bit more. But yeah, I hope you've been getting better there, Cam. I hope you've been, or yeah, I hope things have been, I hope you've been recovering. Hey now, I got a few people asking price tags if, I got a few people asking price tags if you do commissions, so I'm just shilling you out in the background. Yo, I greatly appreciate that. And, yeah, if they ever want more information, feel free to send them. Yeah, just feel free to send them my way. Let them know. I am willing to answer questions. Because I know it might be a little difficult, or it might feel a bit intimidating to, you know, just walk or, you know, just message somebody and say, hey, you don't know me, but I'm actually in the market for a project. Can you help me out? I'm gonna be like, who are you? Get out of my face. No, I'm kidding. No, in all honesty, I will accept it with, or yeah, I will accept the job with open arms. Why? Because I need work. We'll definitely send them your way. To the barn, they'll go. Wait. No barn. No barn. Who said anything about a barn? No barn. Okay, I know Kumo said something about a barn earlier today, but no barn. There's no barn here. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let me see. What else do we got going on here? Okay, so we got that part of the hair. Let's switch this part out. Let's make this side a little more squiggly. And as mentioned before, let's add a little more weight to the... We're going to make the lines thicker to add some weight to the outline, specifically the outline. If it was on the inner side of the figure, then we'll probably tone it down a little bit. Add a little more there, a little more there. There we go. That should be good. Have this squiggled down a little bit. Something like that. Bring this part down. And we should be good right there. Let's see. Now let's look at the cam model over here, or the cam figure over here. Yeah, that's that seems pretty solid. Let's go back. That's a check. Yeah, we're good. But yeah, also thank you greatly for all of that there, Cam. Any recommendation, any vouching helps me greatly. Because that just means that people know that I take commissions. And if they know, then that just means that there might be a few people out there that will message back about a job. And I'll be honest, I'll take that over. Yeah, I'm willing to accept that a lot more. Why? Because it's no money out of your pocket. Save your money. Oh yeah, which reminds me, I still need to this Saturday, I need to work on that. I need to do some showcases for like two plushie models, because I haven't done that, and I think this would be the perfect time to promote the live TD commission sale. To let people know, like, yeah, we have a sale on the vgen. Live TD models. At a much cheaper, at a cheaper price than they normally are. So I need to make those showcases now. Make those showcases, show off all the models, all that crazy stuff. I mean, I could use the older video too. But since we've gotten some new models since then and some new plushies, I think I need to record all of that stuff. It's got to be a lot of work, but it's going to be well worth it. So I guess that's what I'm doing this Saturday. I guess back to work. Okay, Lampy, how's your weekend going? I'm working some more. No, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have it any other way. Like I said, I'm doing I'm doing what I like. Animating stuff, drawing stuff. Rigging is basically still animation, so more animation stuff. Also just realized this part of the hair is going in the wrong direction. So let's fix that. Move that there, move that there. Boom, there we go. We're all set. Yo, Horizon, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Oh my god. You have a huge moth. You do have a huge moth. Now let me see. What on earth am I doing now? There it is. Let's bring this back down a little bit because that is going a little too far outward. My plan this weekend is to take my niece to watch the Minecraft movie. How the fires went? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Also, I commend you for that. I'm also wishing you the best of luck because, yeah, Minecraft movie. Let me know how it goes. Hopefully it's actually entertaining. I don't know. But yeah, as for the fire animation. Where is the timeline? So this is what we got for the fire animation. And I think it came out pretty well. We got it all done. We got it all finished. It's all set. It's all good. And they liked the commission, so now it's an emote on their channel. So everything's a-okay. That's one project down. And that was officially my last animated emote project. No, wait, I forgot. We got two drive emotes to work on. We got 2 more drive emotes to work. So, yeah, but to be fair, the drive emotes, relatively easy. Like, should be real quick to do. Also, let's give a shout out to Foxy. Welcome on in there, Foxy Roxy. How be things? I hope things are going well. Hope things are good. And how's the fork knife? What's this? I'm gonna need to see what that post is about later, because Fallen just sent me something. It has something to do with the Mothman, and all they put was Content 4K. I'm like, oh no, what did Mothman do this time? Let's see. Oh my god, was there a lampy? Oh. What's this? There's a lampy watermark. Oh yeah, okay, so I put a watermark on every image every image that I post, I put a watermark so nobody steals it, you know, off of social medias. Whenever I post anything on social media, I put a watermark on it. For the most part, unless it's a personal project. But for the commission, or yeah, for the clients, I give them the clean image. So only they have the clean image, which I think is fair. They are the ones that paid for it. They should be the ones that have what everyone else doesn't. All right? Yeah. So anyone else who sees this image and thinks, oh, I like that, I'm going to take this for myself. Yeah, you're going to have a watermark on it. So good luck. Yeah. It was amazing. Played with friends. Yo, nice. Congrats. Fortnite looks fun. I wish I had more time to play it. I know a few people that have been wanting me to play Fortnite more often. I'm like, I will get to it someday. I'm honestly struggling with that, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I just don't know when. Yeah. If you tell Echo, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Echo would want to play. The only problem is, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of people I could play with. It's just finding a good time to play is difficult. Heck, I don't even play the games that I have lying around. Like, there's like 3 different games that I want to play right now. I haven't touched a single one of them except for Elden Ring, but that's only on Thursdays. Outside of that, I don't have too many other opportunities. I wish I did. I honestly wish I had more opportunities. I might have more opportunities in the future, but I still got a lot to do. Maybe someday, though. Maybe someday. Speaking of Fortnite, you linked your account to your free emotes? Maybe? I don't think I did, because I don't think I got any notification when I was watching someone else play Fortnite. Or when I was lurking in someone else's channel. Understandable? Yeah. I wish, though. Because there's also Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, heck, I haven't even called a friend back in ages. Like, I've been meaning to call back a friend. And not gonna lie, part of me was thinking, you know what? I should just cancel tonight's stream and just call my friend. But then I remembered I kind of need to get this project done. So I'll just call them back next time. I'm gonna find a time. Eventually. I want to beat them up in a duel again. It's been ages. I just haven't gotten the opportunity. See, that's the other thing. Like, I need to find time to play games with friends. And, because, okay, so I mentioned it before. There's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, actually, I already mentioned it. So I'm just going to give the speed run version. There's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! That I really want to throw on my friend because I know they're going to get mad when they find out that effect, and it's going to be hilarious. That's the main thing I'm thinking is, I know they're going to want to play Master Duel, and I too want to play Master Duel, and there's a card I want to throw at them because I know they are just going to be cursing me out the entire time. And it's starting 30 seconds. They are going to be cursing me out the entire time, and I'm going to probably die of laughter. I'm probably going to not be able to breathe for a good 30 seconds while they're screaming and yelling, seeing that effect go off, and finding out that I have another Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon in the deck. That's even easier to summon than the previous one. It's gonna be great. I'll send you the website to link your account if you want. Wait, there's a website that needs to link the account? I thought I just linked it on on Twitch. Oh, now I know that there's a specific way you're supposed to do this. Huh. Yeah, send me the link. Understandable? Yeah. Maybe someday. Like I said, I do want to get back into, I do want to play, what's it called again, though? Fortnite, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, Risk of Rain 2. I already have ideas for when I could play them. And I already have ideas of how I'm going to set that up. Because like I said, the 3K follower celebration is right around the corner. And I started realizing that, so I started taking initiatives on preparing that event. And what I'm going to have set up for it. So I think that's going to be the golden opportunity. I think that's going to be the perfect time. And now let's confuse the people that are stuck in ads in 5 minutes, or in 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. And that is why you shouldn't put chocolate in your refrigerator. It's not going to end out very well. It's going to be a pretty bad scene. Welcome back, folks. So anyway, what were we talking about again? We're talking about a lot of things. Oh, right. There was also that other part where no, wait, I already talked about that. What else is there? Hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's just get back to the art at hand. Let's draw this here Corgi. I feel like this part of the hair is looking a little too clean. So, actually put a little bit of a spot right there. This is where we put the longer lines. Like so. Just drag. Yeah, just scratch at the screen right quick. Scratch and scratch and scratch. And then, as mentioned before, we don't start at the end here. We start a little bit further down the road. And connect these two parts like so. There we go. As for this part, we actually do have to start at the end. So let's start here. And then drag this upwards. And then we're good. Now, back to everything else. Start right before, or start a little after the end. And connect the dots there. There we go. You know what? We're actually going to add this part of the hair. Just add one more section. Add one more line. There we go. Let's actually take this part, though. Yeah, that should be good. That looks clean enough. Now for the rest of the hair. Take this line, drag it across. Have it go all the way out over here. Boom. Have it end at that point. Yo, Romar, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Are we going fishing? Yes, I'm trying to fish a shark, but it's just not biting. It's because I didn't put bait on the end of the string, so the shark doesn't really care. Come on. Come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's just not working. Just no luck. Oh, well. Oh, I mean, Lampy did catch a shark, and he can talk. True, true, true. I'm just trying to, well, not quite. I haven't quite gotten the shark. The shark's being a little difficult, but yeah, close enough. Close enough. I am good. Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to hear that things are going well on your end. Also, let me see. That's like 3 giant emotes. I need to remember that for at the end of the day, because I need to calculate that to the goal. All right, let's see. I'm safe. Oh, is it safe to pet the shark? Hard to say. Depends. So long as you're not a flailing seal and you don't have a cut on your hand, I think you can pet the shark, but I also hear that sharks still have very fine scales, so you might still rough up your hand on the tough skin. So it might be best to, what's the word? It might be best to pet the shark with gloves. So the gloves take the brunt and not your hand. But of course, that depends on what type of shark. I'm pretty sure, like, there are different types of sharks where you can pet the shark and they're bleeding no problem. And then there are sharks where they have some pretty rough skin and that might hurt. Wait, do sharks have scales? I feel like sharks have scales, but I could be wrong. Maybe it is all just shark skin. Let me look into this right quick. Do sharks have scales? Do sharks have scales? That's the question I want to know. Yeah, sharks have scales, but they are unique tooth-like structures called dermal pentiles, or denticles. There we go. Denticles. Or placoid scales, which give their skin rough scent. Oh, AI overview. Get out of here. I don't care. All right, let me see. Shark skin is covered in a layer of dermal denticles, otherwise known as placoid scales, that are made of the same material as human and stingray teeth.
Cheer 5.
What the? Yo, Romar, thank you for the 5. I greatly appreciate it. Or thank you for the 5 bits. I greatly appreciate it. Either way, thank you for the 5. I will use that 5 to pet the shark. And it turns out shark have teeth-like scales, apparently? That's what I'm reading right now. It says that their scales are similar to stingray and human teeth, or made out of the same material. These flat triangular scales have a central cavity supplied with blood flow and are covered with a layer of dentine, hard tissue, for added protection. This is why I'm assuming this is why they mentioned that, you know, sharks have tough skin, because their skin is similar to our teeth. And so just think about it like that. You're just trying to pet a shark a certain way is like dragging your hand across tiny little teeth. Sharks, you could be nightmare fuel sometimes. I'm here to call Lampy amazing, wonderful, talented, lovely, adorable, and cute. Lies and slander, I know you. And welcome on in there, Zelda. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. If you already lurked... Oh, let's see. If you already lurked someone else's stream for the emote, you can also check your drop rewards in Twitch later. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to check that out later then. I'm going to need to see about those emotes. For the Fortnite thing. Oh, I needed to specify that part before people's looking at it like, wait, you're looking at people for emotes? Like, wait, let me explain. Ryu told me about Fortnite and how they were giving free emotes if you watch a certain channel a good number of times. I want to say this before someone starts looking at it like, that's just in, Lampy is stealing emote ideas. Although, to be fair, I will say that a lot of emote ideas was inspired by things. Was inspired by a bunch of stuff. Like, I can't deny, I'm not the first one to make a drive emote. And I have seen drive emotes out there. And I thought to myself, why not me? Why not make a drive emote? And so, yeah, there you go. I ain't gotta sit here and say, yeah, I was the first one. Nah. I've seen it around. And I was inspired. $11:30? Oh, I might call it soon. I am considering it. Actually, no, I think we got at least about 30 more minutes before I gotta call it a night. But yeah, let me see. I lost a bunch of Fortnite matches earlier today. Ryu can confirm. Ah, fair. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that was one of the drive emotes I saw. There was that one, and then there was this one. Hold on, let me find the other drive emote that I saw that made me think, you know what? I should make a drive emote. There was this one. I saw those ones, and I thought, why not? Why not toss this thing together? And of course, to be fair, I will say I did toss my own spin on it, but I can't deny that I was not, or yeah, I cannot deny I was inspired by others. And I'm sorry to hear about the Fortnite games there, Zelda. I hope they get better. I hope they get easier, and I hope you and Ryu are able to get some better games in the future. You got this, I believe. I'm wishing you all the best of luck and all that crazy nonsense. What else was I trying to do? I don't remember. But that's just another idea. Or yeah, well, I also remember, like, after this, I got to get a couple more ideas on paper. Or I need to take more ideas that I have on the paper and, you know, make them a reality. All that crazy stuff. All right, let's see. I was playing with Lance during the stream earlier today. Ryu was watching, so he can confirm we lost. Ah, I see. Sorry to hear that there. Yeah, that one sounds like a rough experience then. Don't worry, you'll get them next time. You'll get them next time. Not every game can be a winner. And I can at least say this because I wasn't in those games. Mostly, like, I could definitely say, like, if I was playing a game where I was not winning... Speaking of which, I still have to beat Melania again in Elden Ring. I finally got to that, part of the game. And not gonna lie, I was dreading that one for a minute. And since now that we're there... that's gonna be a rough one. I don't know if I want to continue fighting them with the dragon build, because I was real close yesterday. Like I said, I only get the chance to play Elden Ring on Thursdays. So I'm going to take that opportunity for all I can get. But unfortunately, I was not able to beat them on time, and I have not played it since. But I'm wondering if I should just re-kit the character. Because that's one thing that I do like about Elden Ring, is that unlike a lot of the other games, you can, you know, see your kit, see your setup, and be like, you know what? I had fun playing this mage build. It's time to build an absolute tank. Also, Strawbly, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what it means, don't worry about it. Let's see. Last weekend, Zelda and I teamed up to get the duplicate skin. Yo, nice. Ryu carried me through those matches, even though we lost all of them too. Honestly, that's fair. That's reasonable, and I know that feeling. Because when I played Fortnite, yeah, I'll admit it. I got carried throughout that entire game. It was the team that led me to victory while I was there. Like, all right, how does this game work? Oh, you know what? That's the best way to put it. That was basically the best way to, or for the perfect example of how those previous games went the first time I played was everyone else was playing Fortnite. I was playing, what's that game where you're just recording all the monsters? Not content warning. There's a different one where it's supposed to be like a supernatural disaster where kaijus and other creatures are running amok. And they send a camera crew to film the whole disaster. Headliners, that's the one. That's basically what was going on. That was basically what was going on the first time I played that game. Everyone else was playing Fortnite. I was playing Headliners. Because they were doing the job. They were figuring out how the game, or they knew how the game worked. They were, you know, getting the kills, getting the wins, getting the games. I was just streaming the whole thing. So essentially, I just recorded the whole game. That's basically how it went down. Like, whoa, check that out. Look at them go. Oh, I'm dead. That's basically how it went. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. That was still a very fun time. I was still a little upset that I forgot to start, or yeah, that I didn't, what's the word I'm looking for? Or maybe I did? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't quite remember if I took, or if that was around the time that I started putting things on the YouTubes. Because I started recording the videos for future references later down the road in case I ever wanted to, you know, make highlight videos or something. I don't know. But for the most part, I decided I'm gonna start archiving these videos for later down the road. Because I know, you know, they only last half a month. And after those 14 days, boom, video's gone, never to be seen again. And I'll be honest, there's a lot of memorable moments that I missed out on because I didn't do that in time. Like there was a scene, or yeah, there was this one game of Bramble. Bramble of the Mountain King. That entire stream is lost to time, and I can remember at least one very hilarious moment that I'm never gonna forget. See, there was this one boss fight where, and some of you might remember this boss fight. There's a boss fight where you have to fight a succubus, and at the end of the boss fight, you constantly stab the enemy in the face until you realize, oh, the game is giving you the option to stop stabbing the succubus in the face. And I didn't realize this till later down the road. I was like, stab, 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 and then halfway through I started to realize, oh, I think the monster's dead. Stab, 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 stab. Hey, perfect timing. Yo, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for the raid there, Barry. Yeah, we were talking about Bramble the Mountain King. I was talking about how that whole stream was lost to time. and that there was a very funny moment where you fight the succubus, and it turns out at the end of the boss fight. Well, first, let's give a shout out to Barry. Folks, if you haven't checked out Barry Aquarius, I highly recommend that you do. If you're a fan of DBD, if you're a fan of the fork knives, we were actually talking about Fortnite too. If you're a fan of the fork knives, if you're a fan of some very chill games, or you're a fan of some wacky antics, that's a good place to go. Very hilarious time. Some of the best streams they have is when they play horror games. But yeah, if you haven't checked them out, you're doing yourself a disservice. And everybody stopping by from Barry Aquarius' stream. Hi, my name's Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized mouth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we are drawing a Corgi we are drawing a Corgi, going ham on mixing some cookie dough, and we have Lampy in the background setting fire to said cookie dough. We're calling it flash baking. I hope you enjoy. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about rating and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate it. Then I hope you enjoy your stay. And thank you for the hydrate, the posture check, and the save. I greatly appreciate that there. Arcade fare. But yeah, let's try to catch up with a lot of reading. And good to see you there. Good to see you there, Barry. How was the games? How was the DVDs? How was the Debede? I hope the Debede went well. And good to see you there, Captain Koala, Barry, Odessa, Arcade. Hope everybody's doing well. Hi. I love corgis, and you're gonna enjoy this one. Also, since this corgi had hair, someone mentioned a very funny joke. For anyone who knows Full Metal Alchemist, this might make sense once you see it. Since we added hair to the corgi, and it was very human-like hair, all of a sudden... that is cursed. I know. I love it. But yeah, I forgot to copy the message. Don't worry there, Prince, and welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. It was fun. I'm glad to hear that you had fun. That's always great to hear. It's always awesome. I can imagine. I mean, DBD looks fun. I love it. Thank you. No, Lampy, don't worry. If anyone, you know what? It was Ryu's idea. You see Ryu Elf over there? It was their idea. Who would suggest that? I know, right, Ryu? Who on earth would suggest that sort of idea? That Alphonse Lampy? Yeah. Okay, so Lampy took multiple different iterations. I was thinking Mustang because of the fire. And then someone mentioned the whole line about mini skirts, and I was like, you know what? Maybe not, what's his name anymore? Maybe not Mustang. Let's go with Alphonse. And then someone mentioned Scar, and I was like, I don't know what. I'm surprised someone mentioned Scar as a Lampy, but you know what? I'll roll with it. I'll go with it. But yeah, also going back to it. So I was talking about Bramble of the Mountain King, and there was a part. I wish I got that one or I wish I saved the videos for that, because there's like 3 different moments that I could think of that were pretty funny in the Bramble streams, which would be weird to say because, you know, it's Bramble of the Mountain King. Bramble of the Mountain King gets pretty dark. I'm not going to go into many reasons why, but I could definitely tell you. I remember Barry actually told me a long time ago, like, yeah, there's a trigger warning for that one. Like, really? What goes on in Bramble of the Mountain King? I look into it like, oh, yeah, I could see why now. And then I play the game like, oh, this is what they meant. Yeah, this gets pretty dark. And then we started stabbing a succubus in the face. So I was actually talking about that part, and I wish I had that part recorded. Okay, I know that sounds morbid, but trust me, it was funny. Which was even more hilarious, because when I kept on pushing the A button, or I think it was the X button, or whichever button it was, to have the kid continue to stab, you know, people were looking at it like, Lampy, I think they're dead. I just kept pushing the button, like, just to be safe. You never know. And then I just started having a conversation while pushing the button, like, I'm just sitting there like, so how is everybody else's day? I hope everybody's day is going magically. While you see in the background, the kid's just still stabbing, and it's like, so I hope everybody's doing well. Stab. And then a raid pops up. And so while that whole time's going on, I'm like introducing myself like, hi, my name is Lampy. Basically the whole introduction you just saw earlier. While I'm doing that entire introduction, in the background, the kid, I'm still pushing the button and the kid is still stabbing the monster in the face. And I'm like, don't worry about that. They're you know, they're just taking care of business. I miss those times. Great game. Great game. I thank Barry for suggesting that one. All right. So, did you catch the shark, or did the shark catch you? I'm still trying to catch the shark. It's not taking the bait. Yeah. It's just not working. Yeah. Come on, shark, shark, shark. Take the. See, the problem is there's no bait on the hook, so the shark doesn't even care. But I still have bait. But yeah, it's just not working. So much goes on in Bramble. Yes, I agree. So much goes on in Bramble. Edward indeed. But yeah, there's so much in that game. And it turns out, apparently, I missed like 50% of the game because apparently there's little figurines to pick up, and I picked up none of them. One person actually, yeah, apparently one of my friends was screaming internally when seeing the shelf and seeing like there's only like 2 or 3 little figures on it. Apparently those are collectibles to pick up in the game. And yeah, when they saw that shelf and they only saw like 2 or 3, like, it was actually their friend that told me how their friend is, or how that person is just screaming right now. It was hilarious. All right, let me see. But they handled Dark in such a beautiful yet sad way. I agree. That one, without fail. Like, again, it wasn't even it's not even there for shock value either. That's the best part about the Dark themes in that game. It's not even there like, hey, let's do some squeamish stuff. Let's get them to see this and think, hey, what on earth? Holy moly, holy cow. No, I mean, some of it is pretty thematic. You see that, you know, it's part of the story, it's part of the things. This is why some of these creatures are pretty messed up. It's a wild thing. Also, Crafty Hands Shenanigans, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out right quick. You're not worried, folks. We're going to try to catch up with all of the messages. But yeah, what were you up to? What were you doing? I hope things were going well. And everybody stopping by from Crafty Hands Shenanigans. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator for full-size Moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a Corgi project. I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And what were you working on? How was the makers and crafting? What were you creating? I hope it went well. All right. It reminds me of the God of War 3 bear fighting with Zeus. Yeah, it was basically that. And that time, that was also one of those situations where you just keep punching Zeus in the face in God of War 3. And it's like, once the screen goes red, that's when I realized, oh, I'm supposed to stop now, aren't I? Punch, 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 punch. Look, in God of War 3, okay, God of War 2, we're going to go into God of War right quick. God of War 2, they give you the opportunity, or yeah, they take away that opportunity to beat up Zeus. So in God of War 3, you're fighting your entire way to get to Zeus at the very end. So once you get to Zeus at the very end, you're going to tell me that, yeah, I don't know. They knew full well that we're going to take full advantage of just pummeling Zeus into paste, turning him into jelly or jam. I know I took the full-on opportunity. Like, I think the game is telling me I can stop now, but I'm not. I'm gonna make sure that I turn Zeus not into a fine paste, but into a fine powder. That's when I'm done punching Zeus in the face. Also, Crafty Hand, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Punching the air even? Punching the air indeed. That better be dead. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Bait shark with mini shark. Ooh, good idea. Also, Genie Problem, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day. I was told there was a Corgi. There's a Corgi right there. How you be there? All right, let's see. Crafty Hands raiding in after Craftothon Day 2. Got rhinestones all over the place. Nice. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty fun. Welcome on in there, Anrique. I hope things are going well. Alright, let me try to catch up with some things. No, they were dark and brutal, but it had a purpose. It wasn't dark to be dark. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I like how they did that in Bramble. There was a, there was a reasoning behind it. It wasn't just thrown in there for shock value. And I like dark when it's not there for just shock value. I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes shock value is good, but for the most part, if there's a reasoning behind it, it makes it a lot more impactful. I had some rage to let out with Zeus. Yes, I think we all did. I think we all just saw Zeus and decided, I've waited too long for this there, friend. It's pummeling time. All right, let me see. Just relaxing, doing a multi-day craftothon, rhinestone project, and other projects. Also, it was Lofi, your friendly gift gremlin, who has a new second channel for the first crafty fun stuff now. Oh, hey, Lofi, welcome on in. How you be? Let's give a follow. Because I didn't know that you were doing another channel. That explains a lot, because I saw a couple of regular faces. I was like, oh, hey, I recognize them. I wonder, I'm assuming Lofi was there. Maybe they recommended or something. Folks, go check out Crafty and Lofi. Go check out both their channels. Really great stuff. Really chill times over there. And I didn't know you were doing art stuff. That's pretty amazing. I look forward to seeing what sort of art and stuff you do in the future. Also, outside of their own channels, they're an absolute, as you could tell, they're an absolute gremlin. In the best ways possible. Crafty are, let's see. Doing rhinestones like clothes, one of the square canvas ones? That's a good question. I'd be good. Nice. Glad to hear. This project was on a mug. You could put rhinestones on a mug? Oh, I didn't know this. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know you could add rhinestones to a mug. All right, we're going to add that part. We're going to add a little bit of we're going to add a second line here to give it a sense that, how do I put it? We're going to add a second line here to give it a sense that, since the Corgi is holding a whisk by its mouth, it has to stretch its mouth out a bit. So there's going to be a bit of a slight fold around the corner of the mouth to show that, it's putting in some effort holding on to this whisk. I'm going to put this line, we're going to put this circular whisk shape right over here somewhere. This should be good. Like so. Then we're going to get our eraser. Increase the size. There we go, like that. That should be good. And then just drag this shape all the way across over here. Now we got to add some teeth. So that should be close enough. Maybe a little bit. Maybe we put it a little bit off. Let's try that shape right quick. Add another one right there. Put a little more over there. And then we zoom in. And there we go. We see a little more teeth without it being too overbearing. If that makes any sense. Perfect. Let's see. Gem tack or liquid fusion. If you want to be extra, you can seal it with Mod Podge. But you have to hand wash, no dishwasher. Oh, fair. And yeah, I used to have a dedicated YouTube crafting channel years ago. So rebooted it and started the Twitch channel along with it so I can keep art crafting separate from my gaming stuff. Oh, fair, fair, fair. You know what? That's honestly reasonable. I don't know about you. I would definitely say, what's it called? I don't know about you. I would definitely find a way to integrate the two somehow, some way. Like, not so much. Okay, when I say integrate, and by the way, this is only advice. No one has to. Advice is only. The only thing to really take from advice is consideration. No one has to follow advice, if that makes any sense. But anyway, I'm only suggesting that integrating, or not so much integrating, but linking the two some way, shape, or form, so people know that so people know where to find you, if that makes any sense. Hey Lampy, how long have you had double barrel, or how long have you had that double barrel in your hands? Okay, funny enough, that answer would be April 1st, 2022. I'm not even joking. When I debuted this live 2D model, when I debuted Lampy 2.0, that was on April 1st. Surprisingly enough, that stream went very well. I'm just as surprised as you are, and now that I really think about it in retrospect, that was a terrible time to debut that model. Hitting the wall. Good night, everyone. All right there, Ryu, you go get that rest, you go get that sleep, and I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. Wait, have you always had that on your hands? I've always missed this until this moment. To be fair, sometimes it's like this. There is a toggle for it. But yeah, we might have seen the streams like this for a while, but I can definitely tell you, if you ever watch a Lampy stream and you stay here long enough, the gun pops up. The gun definitely pops up. I think the tablet normally covers it, so I never registered it was, or what it was. Oh, fair, fair, fair. You know what? That could also be the possible case. Like I said, there's two different versions. There's the one with the gun, and then there's the one without. Oh wait, hold up. Gun there, gun without. So there's a possibility that it might have been hidden. There's also a possibility that it was just never shown during that time. We're getting a lot of raids today. Yo, Dilly, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Dilly. What were you up to? Folks, if you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They're on the way to getting, if I'm correct, they already got to their goal of, you know, a new model. So go check them out. They're going to be having their new live 2D very, very soon. It's going to be awesome. And if I'm correct, they also had a birthday stream not long ago. Yeah, the rig got funded. Fantastic. I'm glad to hear. And everybody stopping by from Dilly's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a Corgi project, whisking up some cookies with Lampy, setting them on fire in the background. I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. If you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, funny story. Since Dilly is here, before they get going, I wanted to mention. So, Dilly, I was actually talking about Bramble the Mountain King and how my shelf in that game only had like 2 or 3 figures. And if I'm correct, I'm not sure if it was you or someone else that was screaming screaming internally in the background when seeing so few figures on that table or on that shelf. It was me. Ah, fair, fair, fair. Because I only remember, like, that's the main reason why I remember that there was achievements and collectibles, because someone called me out for not collecting anything. But yeah, congrats on the rig funding. I can't wait to see your new model. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be like a year for the new model, but I got a Suica model for now until then. You know what? Fair, fair, fair. That one's honestly like that's a very high quality model. The Suica model, you could customize that thing into anything, in all honesty. Also, let me try to catch up some things. Now we know Lampy's strapped. Always strapped. Lampy's always packing heat. Without fail. Speaking of packing heat,
You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
I try to take that opportunity to make that joke as many times as I can, but I try to also limit myself to at least making that joke once a month. So that's the one for April. I hope you enjoy. But yeah, what was I talking about again? I don't quite remember. But yeah, let me catch up with some things. Let me catch up with a lot of the readings. But yeah, also, good to see you there. Good to see you there, Grimp. Grimp, I see you. You know what that means. Hold on a minute. There we go. Good to see you there, Grimp. Good to see you there, Toshi. Good to see you there, Lemma. Or Lemos. Mr. Shems. Arashi. Oh yeah, for sure do promote... Oh, for sure I do promote the two on the Discord and my schedule combined and have my Blue Sky Instagram cross-promoted. Yo, nice. Fantastic. That's the best way to go about it. That's a smart move there. Yeah, that's a smart move there, Crafty. All right, let me try to catch up some things. Yeah, like a year? Okay, fair. It was me? Yeah, probably. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I'm really excited. Yeah, that's going to be amazing when it comes out. My leg? Yeah. This bit makes me laugh every time. I'm glad that you like it. This is why I try to use it so sparingly. Because I don't want it to get old yet. Here, Lampy. Don't worry, I got it. I got it there, Toshi. You already know. You already know. After all these times, after all the shout-outs that Grimp drops on me on everyone else's channel, whenever they show up, I am laser focused. The moment I get the opportunity, like, hold on a minute, is that a Grimp? Oh, you know what happens next. It's time for the shout-out. Hold up, we gotta do this the most maniacally way possible. Oh wait, hold on, it didn't do the thing. There we go. Every time. All right, there we go. Yo, Arashi, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Toshi, aka Toshi the Wolf. Indeed. Wait, should we give Toshi a shout out too? Does Toshi stream? Toshi streams. We're shouting out Toshi. I said you would ruse a day, Grimp. Why? What did Grimp do, Toshi? What did Grimp do? Did Toshi, or yeah, did Grimp toss a shout out at you too there, Toshi? I wish, but slowly working on trying to stream. You know what? That's fair. And honestly, slowly is better. Yeah, slow progress is better than no progress. And don't worry. You got this. May not take, yeah, it might take a bit of time, but when you finally get that opportunity, it's going to be well worth it. Okay, let's see. More like tosses me into the paint shaker. Oh, fair. I'm assuming this is Repo. I'm taking a wild guess and thinking this is Repo. Yeah, today was pretty good. Spent some day watching tutorial videos, so I feel like I got something done. Yo, nice. Do you mind if I ask what tutorial videos? Also, I always like to let everyone know. Every time I ever ask a question, you are not obligated to answer. If it's something too personal or you're not comfortable answering that question, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. This applies to everybody. Let's see. Waiting for the day, Toshi. You won't be safe. Yeah, that's the only thing that's going to be very worrisome there, Toshi, is that once you get into the land of the streaming, you got a bigger thing to fear from the Grimp. The Grimp is going to catch you. The Grimp is going to take every opportunity to throw a shout out at you. And they are a mod in a lot of different places, so you're not going to be safe anywhere. You go to a Dilly stream, Grimp is going to get you. You go to a Viv stream, Grimp is going to get you. You go to a Pastel stream, Grimp is going to get you. How do I know? I go to all of these streams. Every time. Without fail. Grimp is there, and they catch you. So yeah, have fun. All right, let's see. She will. She is. Yeah, and there's no stopping her. There's no stopping the Grimp. All right. I have been trying to learn proper level designs in Unity. Today I figured out how to build roads and paths and make them blend with the terrain. Ooh, so 3D stuff. Yo, very nice. That's pretty awesome. That also sounds pretty complicated. And I'm wishing you the best of luck, because yeah, that's going to be a lot of work. Like, learning it already sounds like a lot of work. Grim is in the walls. It's in the goddamn walls. Yeah, yeah. Think about it like this. The only difference between the Grim Reaper and the Grimp is that one of them shows up, or one of them will always be there when you die. The other one is always going to be there when you visit a stream. And they're both guaranteed, no matter what, they're eventually going to get you. Both of them. The Grim Reaper, you'll eventually have to pass on. And that's when the Reaper shows up to take you away. And no matter what, the Grimp is always going to be there. Give you that shout out. Whether you like it or not. The Reaper? Yeah, it's the Grimp Reaper. Or the Grimp Shouter. Yeah, that emote. Pastel made a great emote there. That emote always cracks me up. And yeah, that's basically how Grimp runs up on you with the shout out. Like, as soon as they see you, they're like Who and who? The Grim, or the Grim Reaper and the Grimp Shouter. The Grimper. Or the Grimp. You're never safe from the Grimp. There are 3 things that are certain in this world: death, taxes, and getting the shout out. Okay, yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's pain to get familiar with a different type of tools, but honestly, the latter part for me is sitting at the blank canvas and deciding where to start. Yeah, I can imagine that one. Like, I mean, if you got a whole world to build, where do you begin? Especially with roads. Like, where do you start? Like, you got a whole sandbox for you, and there's no roads. Where do you go? How do you set that sort of thing up? Maybe a corner? Maybe one of the sides? Maybe dead in the center? Me personally, I would look at it and just think, you know what? Let's start dead in the center. And just web our way through. Let's see where that goes from there. Right. Right? Like, do I just drop a highway or maybe a little cul-de-sac first? I don't know. You know what? It might be time for a little bit of storytelling. It might be a little bit of time for a storytelling. Like, just drop a story somewhere and just be like, all right, so it all starts with this one little town, this one little place. And this one little place has a little person here, or a little character here, and they need to go to the big city. Or maybe they need to go up into the mountains. So they have to go through this entire trail. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. As far as I know, yeah, personally, I wouldn't know where to begin still. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm just a brainstorming here. Maybe it's time to tell a story. Maybe it's time to just throw something at the wall. Maybe it's time to take inspiration from other games, or other worlds, other lands. See, you know what? Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe look into maps. Oh, you know what? Maybe maps. Lampy story corner? Exactly, it's story time with Lampy. So here's how the story goes. See, you start off with a little bug that wants to commit all sorts of crimes. So they want to go find, they're in the middle of nowhere on a little farm, and they want to go to the big city. Why? Because the big cities have banks. Big cities have banks, so you want to go to that bank. Or that little bug wanted to go to that bank, and they wanted to rob it, but they first needed to figure out how to get to that bank. From what they looked at the map, this was the road ahead. The road ahead was around the mountains, and they figured out going around the mountains would make it very difficult for other cars to catch up with that little bug after they robbed that bank. So you just go down that, so you take that mountain route, go around that mountain, get to the big city. That big city has a bunch of winding roads. You're also going to need an ice cream truck for this heist. Specifically an ice cream truck. Why? Because me and some friends talked about this joke a long time ago, so we need an ice cream truck specifically. See? Something like that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know if that helps. But it might. I don't know. But it's honestly worth a shot. Let me know how it goes. Either way, regardless of how the situation goes, you got this, I believe. And I'm wishing you the best of the best of the best. Yay, cartography? Yeah, cartography. I'm assuming that's what it means to go around the mountain. Oh my god, I just realized what it was. It's not a bad idea. Try to start with the story from out. Yeah. And I also just realized what I just explained. It's just basically Lampy will be coming around the mountain when they come. Or when he comes. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming around the mountain. He'll be coming around the mountain. He'll be he'll be robbing that bank. I mean, what? This ain't cartography? I don't know what cartography is. Thanks for the vote of confidence? Yeah, no problem. You got this, I believe. You can do this. It may take a bit of time, and you might not even get it right the first time. But you know what? That's what learning is all about. You can't learn if you don't make a few screw-ups along the way. I mean, you can. You can learn from close calls. That's what near-death experiences are all about. Not making the huge mistake, but making a very close call, and now you know better. Don't do that thing that you just did that almost got you killed. So yeah, there you go. That's another way to look at it. You don't always have to make a mistake, you just have to make close calls. Oh. Scene of making maps. Oh, then yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could also try cartography, like going in, or yeah, looking at maps and just redesigning those maps. And like I was saying before, you could also go with the map idea. Just look up atlases, see what the maps look like out there, and integrating that into a real, or into, yeah, integrating that into the engine, seeing if you could replicate it. Cartography is the practice of drawing maps. Oh, gotcha. Oh, then yeah, cartography would definitely help. As to how you go about cartography, like I said, I mean, there's some suggestions, there's some ideas. Also, maybe YouTube has some ideas, like how to do cartography. Although I think cartography is more so like knowing how the roads are done in the real world. And just lining that up, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong. There's a lot of different ideas going on out there. Let me check out the Corgi hair again. Let me see. Corgi hair. Okay, so it just goes across like that. Okay, good to know. So, this part should be relatively easy. We just go across right here. Well, actually, we have it start right there. Boom. Have that shape. Add that little hair loop. That's also saved, because I haven't saved in ages. Alright, let's see. I have the tools to to extract real-world data and have played around with it that, oh, to get an idea of what places should look like on a real scale, but most games are rescaled for playability. True, true. Like if you put an entire map that large, that's going to be a very winding map, and that's going to be a lot of data. And you also got to, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. You do got to consider, would it be enjoyable to go through this map? I will definitely say there are certain points in certain games where, yeah, certain levels can be very annoying, not because of the enemies, not because of the environment, or yeah, not because of the enemies, not because of the certain items, but because the map or the level design is just so weird and uncomfortable to work with that it becomes a slog fest. Perfect example, the water temple in The Legend of Zelda. That was such a confusing level that they somehow, for some reason, did it again in Twilight Princess. But yeah, the water temple, there's a reason why people remember the water temple from Ocarina of Time. Because it was just that bad of a mess. Great game, great series. The water temple, on the other hand, no. Just no. No more water temple. Make it go away. But yeah, that's video game designs for you. But yeah, it is also 12 a.m. So that was 19 minutes ago. Yeah, this is a good time. Retro flashbacks. Yeah, retro flashbacks. I'll be honest, I'm pretty old, so if you're a fan of talking about retro stuff, this is a good place to be. There's a lot of back in my day moments, like the VCR, or also known as the VHS. And the fact that they used to have a machine dedicated to just rewinding those things. I remember those days. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I also remember those commercials. Anyway, we're gonna call it here. I will be back on Sunday to continue the Corgi. Yeah, it's 12 a.m. It's about midnight over here. Pretty old, huh? Remember DOS, CD, Run, EXE? I definitely remember CDs nuts. But yes, I also remember the CDs. I don't remember DOS, though. But I do remember the Run, EXE. And especially the CDs. I also remember MP3 players that only had, like, what? 500 megabytes of space? I remember those days. Remember when 1 gig was a lot? I remember having an MP3 player that had like 2 gigs worth of space. That was like, holy moly, we got space for days. Those were some crazy times. Imagine having 2 gigs on your device now. I used to have a CD player in my cargo pants when I when I skateboard. I swapped individual discs and they skipped whenever I hit a bump. I remember those days. I forgot about the portable CD players. Oh my god, those were times. And the cassettes. Who remembers? Yeah, you know what? Before we get going, I'm gonna say, who remembers when, in order to get your favorite song, you had to just get a cassette, wait for the radio to play that favorite song, get that cassette, put it on record, and just hold that button until the song is over, and pray to God that nobody walks in and asks you something? I remember those days. You're just sitting there, like, listening to the music, trying to be as quiet as possible. Someone walks in, like, hey, do you remember where so-and-so was? Like, ah, oh, you ruined it. Those parts were horrible. Recording capability was just built back then. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Same with VHS. You wanted to watch DBZ, again, just record it. Oh my god, I just remembered. Okay. I just remembered the times where you wanted something recorded, you would have to schedule that on your very specific, if I'm correct, you had to have a video. One, you had to have a tape. Two, you needed to record that thing at a specific time and pray to God that you push that button at the right time, or you would have to have a family member or a friend push that button the moment that show comes on, just so you can watch it. Remember when you had to wait for a specific schedule to watch a TV show? And if you missed that time, that was it. You weren't going to see that episode until God knows how long? I remember. God, I remember. Thank God we're out of the dark ages, am I right? You want to watch a TV show? You just go online, you'll find it. Back in the day, you had to wait and pray to God that something didn't mess up at that time. Oh my God. This was during the times when a police chase was the worst possible thing that could happen to you all day, because if your favorite show was about to be on and a brand new episode was about to pop up and someone stole a car or was running away from the cops, they ruined everyone's day. People demanded the chair for them. Like, okay, so this person tried to drive away from the cops. Yeah, I remember that day. I demand... What's the word that they're using nowadays? I demand a firing squad. Guilty. Anyway. Also, you have to hide your VHS tapes so no one records over them. Yeah, that too. Those ones are the ones that suck the most. Like, you're watching, all of a sudden it cuts off halfway through. Like, who recorded over this? Who is recording over this thing? This ain't right. Who's recording this? Yo, Alox, welcome on in. Holy cow, everybody's writing in today. And let's give a shout out to Alox. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. They play a lot of the Pokemons. Really chill time over there. It could also be very, very hilarious. If you haven't checked them out, you're doing your... Or yeah, if you haven't checked them out and you like very funny streams, that's a good place to go. And how was the... Oh, right, I should also probably mention, everybody stopped by from Alox's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I'm live to do rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently drawing a Corgi. Hold on a minute. Let's put this right here. Let's go back over here. Get rid of that. There we go. We're currently drawing a Corgi. And we have Lampy in the background setting fires. I hope you all have a good day. I hope you all have a good stay. I hope you enjoy your weekend. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. You never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what the raids are all about. But if you decide to go around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And how was the web fishing? I hope the web fishing went well. I hope the web fishing was good. And good to see it there, Magical Unicorn, or Junicorn. Welcome on in there, Zafri, Alox. It's Jess Raya. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope you had a lot of fun fishing. You know, it's funny that it turns out that you were, yeah, it's actually pretty funny you were doing the web fishing when, as you can see, for no particular reason at all other than a mere coincidence, we're using a bunch of fishing assets. And the shark. It was super chill. I was just talking goofy survival YouTube videos. Goofy survival YouTube videos. Okay, funny enough, now that you mention that, there's a survival video that I found out about. I've been watching, or I've been seeing a lot of them pop up where they're like, here's how you purify your water out of mud. And then, yeah, there's purifying your water out of mud with a bunch of tissues and boiling the water afterwards. And then there's apparently a fair warning that you don't, if you're going to cook on a slab of stone, don't use a slab of stone after a rainy day, or after it rained, or if it was near a puddle, because that means there's water contained within the stone, and if you try cooking on that stone, the heat will the water will evaporate, the air will expand, and that rock will explode. And under most circumstances, it just looks pretty cool to see a rock, you know, just crack open like a walnut, and other times they shatter into your face. Not a safe experience. Yeah, the stones will straight explode. Yeah, exactly that. And welcome on in there, Brina. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Thank you for the save. I greatly appreciate that. Funny enough, I was going to call it, but we just got another raid, so yeah, we can stick around here for a little longer. We're going to talk about... We were actually talking about old stuff from back in the day. We were talking about recording stuff with your VHS tape, recording stuff with your cassette, CD players, MP3 players, all that sort of crazy stuff. MP3 players were game changers. They were game changers, in all honesty. Folks, if y'all remember some really old stuff, feel free to drop it. We can talk about all the old stuff for a little longer before I gotta get going. Because it's almost, or it's on its way to being 1 o'clock. Let's also give a shout out to Brina. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. We're actually working on some emotes for them real soon. But yeah, let me see. Yeah, sometimes you just have Nature's Hand Grenade. Yeah, you do have Nature's Hand Grenade. Also, ads start in 30 seconds. You just never know. 1 second, you're thinking, I'm going to cook on a rock. The next second, the rock decides to cook you. There's also a concern of your food going... Oh, yeah. Food going flying if the surface explodes. Also true. Like, without fail, that food is going to fly. And hope to God you didn't put any utensils on that stone, because if you decided to bring utensils, like a fork or a knife, and that rock explodes, and those things go flying, well, who knows where they land? Or what they impale. Not a good sign. So always remember, folks, dry stones. Always cook with dry stones. How was I doing again? Right, well, we're going back to drawing the Corgi. Let's get started on more Corgi work. Let's make this the little fuzzy Corgi. So we're just going to squiggle a little bit. We're going to try to stick with the line shape that we got so far. But we're going to add a little bit of squiggle. And this time we can actually keep it rounded. Even if the hair is normally supposed to be kind of, you know, even if hairs are usually sharp, I think making this one fuzzy enough, I think we could get away with a little bit of rounded edges on the hairs. I think it'll be fine. But yeah, folks, for those of you there, what is some of your, well, we'll wait for the ads in about 6 more seconds. In the meantime, let's continue on with this. Squiggle this little sucker a little bit. And now that the ads are over, we should be good there. And now with that being said, I want to ask all of you folks, for all of you that are there, what are some old, or yeah, what are some things you remember back in the day that you don't see very often anymore? Set players, floppy disks, like bright and colorful consoles or other devices. I miss the N64 and all their crazy, yeah, I miss the N64 and all the crazy colors they added to it. Like the blues and the wait, did they ever have a yellow N64? I don't think they had a yellow N64. Maybe the Donkey Kong one for the bananas. I'm trying to think. Did they? Maybe the Pikachu one? No, wait. I think the Pikachu one was blue for some reason. Pikachu would have been a perfect yellow one. I miss Blockbuster. You could just rent a game for a weekend for like $3 and then swap it out. I agree. Not only that, but because Blockbuster was doing that, they made sure that the games were extremely difficult. So you would either A, have to buy them over again, or yeah, you would have to rent them over and over and over again, or do what they actually wanted you to do, which was buy the game. I know they made extremely difficult games just to circumvent the renting. You know what? It really didn't circumvent the renting. Me and my family, we still rented them. We never finished them, but we still rented them, and it was still pretty fun. We never did get to finish them, though. I miss those days. I'll be honest. I miss the days of just sitting in front of the TV, just playing video games with the family watching. Sometimes we would play together. Sometimes it would just be one of us playing while the rest of us while the rest are just watching the game go on. This is why stream, yeah, this is why, I think this is why streaming blew up the way it did. Mostly because maybe, yeah, maybe multiple people did that. Maybe there were times where, you know, multiple people just wanted to, just sit back, just walk on in, like, hey, what game you playing? Like, what's this game? What's this all about? And then you just explain it to your friend or family member and all of that, like, oh, okay. And then they just sit back and watch as you absolutely lose to... What's a good example right now? You lose to the final boss multiple times in... I'm trying to remember the game. Darksiders 1. Those times. I miss those times. Or where one of you struggles to figure out how on earth you're supposed to get through the final boss or the final level of Echo the Dolphin Tides of Time. That's right, we brought up Echo the Dolphin again. For those of you who don't know, occasionally we'll bring up Echo the Dolphin. It doesn't happen as often as it used to, but there was a time where I would talk about Echo the Dolphin, like, religiously. Okay, maybe not so much religiously, but there was a good number of times where I would just mention Echo the Dolphin. Because it's just a really weird game. An extremely weird game. As a matter of fact, I streamed it once just to show how weird it was. There was time travel and jellyfish in the sky and xenomorphs. I'm not even joking. There were xenomorphs underwater. And they did kill you in 2 shots. It was honestly really nice sitting next to my siblings, waiting for my turn, or just watching them go through it. Yeah. Fighting games, not so much. For me, anyway. Fighting games, not so much. Fighting games, like... It got too competitive for me and my family. Either A... one of us would basically just accuse the other one for cheating, when in all actuality, we were just bad at it. And other occasions, we would throw a controller. So fighting games was out of the question after a while. Which was funny, because when my mom first bought Smash Bros, she looked at it as, this will cause them, or yeah, this will, if they just fight it out in the video game, they'll be less likely to fight it out in real life. That was not the case. That was not the case at all. As honorable as an idea, or as amendable or commendable as an idea as that was not the case. If anything, that caused more fights. My middle brother was a master at fighting games. The oldest gave up, but stuck with it, and eventually my friend didn't want to play against me either. You know what? I know that feeling. Like, see, this is what, or yeah, basically, there are just certain times, there are just certain games where if you're too good at the game, whoever you're playing against just doesn't want to play anymore. Like, it's a fruitless effort. Funny enough, we talked about that one last time when it came to Yu-Gi-Oh talk, where sometimes you gotta reel it in a little bit, just to slow it down, like get to their level just a little bit. Unless they get overconfident, then you show them what your level actually is. You remove the limiters, for the lack of a better term. You stop holding back, and then you show them like, oh, you want to talk smack, do you? And then you actually go all out on them. You get competitive. Great times, though. Great times. All right, let's add giant corgi nose right over here. And a 1. And a 2. And we're a good. And there we go. Yo, TTV. Yeah, TTV 16 bow. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. I miss Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, I miss Yu-Gi-Oh! How Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to be. It used to be a game about strategy and took at least 20 turns. Nowadays, people win on the first turn due to drawing luck. Okay, half and half. I agree with you that it does. It goes by real quick. Okay, actually, no, it doesn't go by real quick. See, here's the funny thing. I mentioned this many times before when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! They both games take about the same amount of time. It's just that the turns have changed. Where before it was just an hour-long game of 20 to 30 turns. Now Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a 30-minute game of 2 or 3 turns and 15-minute, 15-minute combos. Yo, Augie, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Augie. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Very hilarious streams, very out-of-pocket stuff, amazing art. You never know what they're going to say next. And really awesome community. How was, what? Strawberries from the stars invading your jars. You stay away from my jars. That's where I keep my Skippy peanut butter. But yeah, go check out Augie. I highly recommend it. And everybody stopping by from Augie's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams we are currently working on a viewer redeem for a Cam the Corgi. They basically just told me draw whatever. So long as Cam and Lampy are in there, draw whatever. So I'm like, you know what? We can work with that. The strawberries can live with the peanut butter. You know what? You're right. It works for, what's that one peanut butter and jelly jar? What's the game? Or, not the game. What's that one called? Sherbert? No, not Sherbert. Gerber? No, Gerber is the baby food. Smuckers. There we go. I remember. You know what? You're right. All right, strawberries, get in the peanut butter jars. It's time to sell schmuckers. Or smuckers? Something like that. You know which one I'm talking about. Smuckers. Yeah, that's the one. Also, did some Persona 4. Ooh, nice. How did the Persona go? Did you beat up anything? Wait, how does Persona work? I think it's about socializing and stuff. Good luck with the socializing. Maybe that's why I don't play Persona. I hear good things, and it looks pretty fun. When I hear like, oh yeah, you have to interact with people, like, tell you what, where's God of War? You don't have to interact with nobody. Actually, you know what? Maybe it is time to play Death Stranding. You don't have to talk to people. No, I take that back. Death Stranding's a movie. Smuckers, sign me up. All right, we already got some strawberries ready for Smuckers. It's half social slice of life, half gay RPG grinding. Ah, fair, fair, fair. You know what? That's reasonable. Also, good to see you there, Mavericks. Working my way out of the beginning of the game and tutorials. Oh, I hope the tutorials aren't too tricky. Death Stranding is also a game. That one's debatable. I mean, technically it's a game, but have you seen how many cutscenes and how long those cutscenes are? I don't know. That looks more like a movie to me. But it's true. It's true. That is a game. But I always like to make the joke that it's a movie. But yeah, also, you got this, Augie. You can beat that tutorial, I believe. You can do this. You may have strength to endure Teddy's navigation. Who's Teddy? Teddy's nuts? I apologize. I had to do it. I had to do it before someone else did it. All right, let's see. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah. Hey, old Lampy. What? How you be? It's taken me like 3 streams of playing the beginning of the game. Okay. I'm assuming that means that's a pretty good game. Maybe? Possibly? I mean, to be fair, it is Persona 4. I hear good things about Persona 4. Don't worry, you'll get out of the beginning of the game. Actually, you know what? Honestly, that is a mood. I can't even make a joke about that. Even if I wanted... Okay, I'm not going to make a joke about that. But even if I wanted to, I have no place to I have no place to say anything because apparently after 4 or 5 streams of Slime Rancher, apparently I'm still only in the beginning. I'm still stuck there. I was just informed yesterday, or I was informed the last time I played, that I haven't budged an inch in Slime Rancher after all the work. Time passes by. Oh, time passes by. It's 2 a.m. here. I think it's time for me to stop lurking and actually sleep. Yeah, you should probably get some sleep there, Metrex, and I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. You go get that rest. Yeah, I was actually supposed to call it a night an hour and a half ago. It was supposed to be around like yeah, I was supposed to call it around 12. Yeah, I was originally supposed to call it around 11. And then midnight rolled on in. And then a raid happened around midnight, so I was like, you know what? I guess we could stick around for a bit longer. And then as soon as it hit 12:30, like Augie rolled on in, so I'm like, we can stick around for a bit longer. I'm gonna stay here till 6 a.m. I know it. I feel that so much. Yeah. But watch, by the time I finally raid out, no one's gonna be on anymore. Everyone else is already gonna be gone by that time. I need to find some late night streams to just raid into in the future. I think I know at least like 2. But I don't know if either one of them are on. I'll find out later. Long beginning to? Ah, fair. Also, Stellinar, thank you for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate it. Don't feel obligated to stick around. I'm gonna go pass out here. Very eepy. That is completely fair, and that's I thank you for that, by the way. I greatly appreciate that, and I hope you have a good night, fair tomorrow, and a great weekend. You take care now, there, friend. I'll probably stick around here for at least 5 more minutes. I want to say, okay, maybe 4 more minutes. I feel like 10 minutes after the raid is a reasonable time to call it, especially with how long I've been here. It's been about 5 hours, 5.5 hours. It's getting to that point. It's getting to that time to call it soon. But still, I thank you greatly for the raid. You go get that sleep. But yeah, I also need to get ready for some other projects. I need to finish off some other things. Good luck with your art. Love, Corgis. Yeah. And thank you. I greatly appreciate that. We had to add some hair to the Corgi, but I think it's coming along pretty well. We're still working on the Bisquick. But it should be, yeah, it should come along very nicely once we're all set with everything. Once we're all done and all of that, it should, yeah, I think it should be good. Corgis have lips underneath the nose. I think they do. Actually, you know what? Right now, considering that it's going to take about 10 minutes for us to prepare everything to get out the door, I think we should call it right here. Well, not sure if it's your cup of tea, but this is the perfect time for the IRL streamers in Japan. Ah, true. Tell you what, if we can't find any of our mutuals on at this hour, we'll drop everybody with a Japanese streamer. We'll just tell them, like, hello from America, I'm tired, good luck. Just drop the cheddars here, like, this is for you. Good night. Speaking of which, let's see who we got on at this hour. Before I call it... Oh, I actually know a few people we could raid into. Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, there's actually a few folks we could drop people off on. Wait, there's actually... Oh, hey, what do you know? Okay, I see like about 3 people we could drop people off on. There's like 2 really good options. One person is playing Voices of the Void. The other person is playing Minecraft. And there's another person playing Minecraft. Actually, there's a lot of Minecrafters. But you know what? This is actually really tough. Let me actually, you know what, since we're here, we're going to zoom out on this project so people can see what we finished or what we've been working on. This is what we got at the moment. Let me look into some of these streams right now. One of them just started, so that's a good option. What about the other person? What about the other one? The other person also just started. Okay, so that's going to be a tricky option. So we got two really good options, and they both just started. So we got plenty of options right here. We got Minecraft on one, Voices of the Void in the other. Yeah, we're going to go with one of those two. Wait, actually, let me see. What was that? Yo, Isla. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Well, we're not going to leave anytime soon. Let's give a shout out to Isla. Why do I feel like Isla just popped up like, oh, wait, Lampy's trying to leave? Oh, no, you don't. Like, you're stuck here forever. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, Isla just rolled on in, like, don't forget, you're here forever. I'm never going to get to go home. Welcome on in, Isla. Folks, go check out Isla. They play a good variety of games. They're very hilarious people. They're a snail that can be turned into cheese if you wanted to. And we've known Isla for quite a while. Like, I've known Isla since the very beginning. I've seen them play The Legacy of Kain. I've seen them not wash their arm in Prince of Persia. I've seen them play Conan the Barbarian. And I think I've seen them get beaten up by wolves on multiple games. Very hilarious stuff. They also get jump scared by a bunch of sound alerts. And they microwave to sock. It's very hilarious stuff. And everybody's stopping by from Isla's stream. Hi, my name's Lampy, small-time illustrator for full-size Moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today we're currently drawing a Corgi, doing some Bisquick stuff. And I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Even if I checked... No. I even checked if you were gonna end or not. So you admit, you were waiting for it like, oh, they're ending. Let's change that. And good to see it there, Isla. Good to see it there, Hi-Man. Good to see it there, Ben. Another raider? Yeah. You know what was funny? You know what was funny about today? We didn't get a raid until like around 9 o'clock. And I thought, you know what? No. It wasn't even 9 o'clock. I think it was like 9:30. And I thought to myself, you know what? Today's going to be a slow day. That's okay, though. I'll be honest. I'll be fine with that. Like, whether we get a bunch of raids or we get no raids or we get like one, streams are fun regardless. I don't care. But when I saw only like one pop up around 9:30, I thought, so today's going to be one of those days where we are not going to get raided very much. I'm okay with that. Boy, was I wrong. Let me count the number right quick, because in succession too. So, first one was Pharaoh Bun, which was like 3 hours ago. So that was around 9:30. So that's why I was like, it's going to be a slow day, and I'm okay with that. Then, right after that, another raid. That's 2. Several hours later, we got a big raid. And after that, we got another raid, like literally like one right after the other. And 1 hour later, there was another. So let me count the number right quick. 1, 2. I'm not going to count how many were in those raids. I'm just going to count how many of them there were. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Congratulations, Isla, you're number 8. You get a free sandwich. My girlfriend once asked me to pass the lipstick to her. Why do I feel like this is a pun? Yeah, I feel like this is a pun. And I refuse to read it. Good luck. Holy heck. I know, right? To be fair, I'll be honest. The moment, I'll be honest with you. This is usually a normal occurrence of just being bombarded with raids, mostly because I stream at the late hours. I don't know about anyone else, but for those of you that stream at late hours, oh right, actually, Augie, since you're here, check it out. Very cursed information. Since someone noticed that since we were drawing a Corgi with hair, the first thing that came to mind, someone brought up this idea. Now from time to time, I'm like, when I remember, I'm like, oh, I'm saving this image. I am saving this. Because honestly, it just, yeah. I just love this. What have you done? Why? Look, it wasn't my idea. It was just I enabled someone else's. I couldn't help myself. Once someone mentioned it, it was like, oh my god, why would you say that? Hold on, I'm drawing. Guilty by association? You know what? Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. I can't even argue against that one. Like, I admit it. I played guilty. I regret nothing. I regret nothing and will admit that it was funny. 10 out of 10 would do again. I would commit that crime one more time. Alright, let's see. That's so cursed, though. I love it. I am honored to hear that coming from a person that makes some of the most cursed art. Folks, I forgot to mention that part, folks. Go check out Augie. If you're a fan of absolutely cursed art, they are a master at it. The number of times I walk into their stream just to see something absolutely cursed, and it's like, I don't know if this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in the world, or if this is the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in the world. But yeah. Regardless, this is a masterpiece. It exudes some sort of emotion. I don't know what that emotion is. Mostly confusion, but it exudes. That's the word. It extracts an emotion from you. Mostly confusion, but it still does its job of extracting an emotion out of you. And if the art can extract an emotion, then it's doing its job, regardless of what that emotion is. Thank you for the crab raiser, Shinzo, and welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I take pride in it. As you should. If you can confuse people and leave them in awe, you're doing you're doing a great job. Also, welcome on in, Shinzo. Let's give a shout out to Shinzo. They play a good variety of games. Really chill times over there. Their favorite character in Genshin is Chi-Chi. No particular reason why I would bring that up. But yeah, also, they have given me the honor to work on a lot of their emotes. Really awesome stuff. Really great. Well, I'm going to get ready for bed. It was nice chatting with you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. And same likewise there, Arashi. It was awesome chatting with you. It was awesome hanging out. And I hope you have a good night, better tomorrow, and a great week. And actually, yeah, it has been about 8 minutes since the last raid. I think this is the perfect time to call it because, yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, actually, it is almost 1 o'clock. No, it is not. Your favorite outfit is the maid. I'll get IV to do it again. So you were the one who made them do this. Raid him again? No. Let's head on out before it's too late. I know at least 2 places where we can go. Folks, which one do you prefer? Voices of the Void or... Yeah, which one do you prefer? Voices of the Void or Minecraft? Y'all let me know which one you'd rather prefer. No, that was IV alone, but I will give them... Or yeah, I will give them the idea to do it again. Wait. Wrong one. You know what, just for that? Where's that image? I think it was over here. One of these images. There we go. Just for that? Here we go, Shinzo. Okay, back to the drawing screen. Nobody saw that. Voices of the Void. Okay, so we got 1 for voices. We got 2 for voices. Craft time. We got 1 for craft. We got 3 for voices. You've chosen violence. What you gonna do about it? Wait, I know what they were gonna do about it. You know what? Wait. We can talk about this. Lurk and good night as well. All right, sounds good. You go get that rest, and I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. And let's head on out before Shinzo decides to choose violence. All right, so we got Voices of the Void. So we're gonna go. We're gonna drop all you folks off with Blobby. In the meantime, let's drop an emote. You know what? We're just gonna use the regular raid message. Here you go. Here's the raid message. Use those emotes if you have them. Use whatever emotes you have if you don't. And we are going to raid into a blobby derp. I will be back on Sunday to continue this project. Yeah, I'll be back on Sunday to continue this project. So if you want to see more of the Corgi art, just pop on by on Sunday, and I'll see you then at 7 p.m. PST. So, oh, right. Also, before we go, Shinzo, why? Okay, I know why, but Shinzo, save your money. You're going nowhere? Oh yeah, you know what? Hey, on the upside, at least we saw that the throne notification worked. So Chichi pops up every time Chichi pops up every time someone tosses anything at the throne. So hey, thank you for now save your money. Anyway, also, speaking of which, folks, if you'd like to support the channel, one good way you can do so is by checking out the link page. We got a lot of different options of how to support if you feel like it. No pressure, by the way. We got affordable models on the Etsy page. We got free stuff on the Coffee page. We got merch on the Teespring page. We also have a throne, as you can see right there, if you want to speed up the process of the Lampy plushies restocking. Right. Also, we got Lampy plushies on the way soon in the next couple months. We also have what's it called? What was the other one? Oh, right. Also, if you would like to support the channel, another way you could do so is by checking out the vgen page or contacting me directly. If you or someone you know is looking for emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, live 2D models, both big and small, or just the rig or just the art, whichever one works for you, even animations, you can check out the vgen page, or you can contact me directly through many of the socials you can find down below. We also have a Discord if you want to join that one too. And yeah, let's go support the Blobby Derp. We're gonna go raid into them right now before someone else jumps into the throne. So we're gonna get going now. Invade the throne, get that cult leader. Hey, no cult leader. And yeah, with that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Always remember, you're all awesome in your own way because you folks make these streams and this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, all of that funny stuff. And if you lurk, that's a lot of you. And if you lurk, that is great too, because the fact that you took the time out of your day to have this bug rambling on in the background means more to me than you could possibly imagine. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. With that being said, I hope you all have a good night, a better tomorrow, a great week, and that's about it. I got nothing. I'll take care now. Right, tomorrow I'll be back. Also, we're working on a big model project for the bird. It's going to be a boss fight stream. That's about it. I got nothing now. You all take care now. Laters.